Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day for the 2023 British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Hope you guys are well. What a weekend it's been so far. Such an exciting weekend. Lots of surprises through the weekend. Some very interesting stories. Some very just happy stories really this weekend with certain teams performing well at their home Grand Prix. Certain drivers as well performing well at their home Grand Prix. And qualifying yesterday was so exciting. It was one of the best qualifying sessions of the season so far, without a doubt. It was just so good. And it is going to set us up for at least, I think, a good race today. I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to be a classic like we had last year, or obviously we've had a few classics here at Silverstone in the last few years. So there is a lot to live up to here today. But yeah, with the grid we've got, it's definitely possible to have a really exciting, from lap 1 to lap 52, British Grand Prix. Of course, yesterday we did have on and off showers during the qualifying day at Silverstone. Just to let you guys know, the weather is absolutely fine at Silverstone. It's mostly clear, nice and sunny and hot at Silverstone. I think there is a threat of rain towards the end of the race that does increase. It might go up to about 40-50% chance of rain around 5 p.m, which would be really the very end of the race if the race does get to about that time. If there is no safety car, really the race should finish about 4:30 local time. So, yeah, there is an outside chance of a shower, but I would say I am 80% sure, maybe 85% sure that we are going to have a dry British Grand Prix today. And even in the dry, it should be a really exciting day today. And yeah, no matter what time you guys, what time zone you're in, guys, and where you're watching from in the world, I hope all of you are having as best a day as possible. And yeah, this, I think, is going to be a fun day, another fun day at Silverstone. But of course, we are going to start with the race build-up. And we're going to do what we usually do. We're going to get into the results of qualifying and what your starting grid is for the British Grand Prix today. And then we'll get into some of the data from qualifying, such as the sector times and the speed trap data. We'll also get into what the long-run pace was looking like on Friday from all the teams. And certainly is interesting from what I've seen. And then, of course, I'll get into my race prediction, my final race prediction before we get to the race. And then, of course, we'll get a bit more in-depth about the teams. But yeah, let's hide the timer as we count down to the race and get into really the starting grid for today's British Grand Prix. So Max Verstappen will start on pole position for the first time in 2 years. Of course, 2 years ago when he started on pole here, it didn't end well for him. Let's hope that doesn't happen today, because even though it was a very memorable moment, it was a very bad accident for Verstappen to suffer. He did a 1:26.7. Very good lap time. Maybe Verstappen could have gone a tad quicker, but to be honest, I don't think there was really that much more left in the tank for Red Bull. But yeah, brilliant pole position for Max. Lando Norris, second for McLaren. Only a quarter of a second slower than Max in the Red Bull. Oscar Piastri, only a 10.5 back from Norris in third place. Such an impressive effort from both drivers and from the team. And I think this Grand Prix, I mean, we saw it in Austria, but I think this Grand Prix especially absolutely confirms that McLaren are back to being a front-running Formula One team, and really should be consistently for the rest of the season, because we are expecting another big-ish upgrade in Hungary in a couple of weeks, and their car, if you were to compare it now to the car that they had, say, back in Barcelona at the start of June, which of course did not have all of the new upgrades they've got now, their car is about a second quicker than it was a month ago. And that's why they are now fighting with Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin. And they're not that far behind Red Bull, at least when it comes to qualifying. So, yeah, McLaren are in an absolutely brilliant position and are going to be very much a threat for podiums and maybe even, dare I say, race wins later this season, especially if the pack behind Red Bull continue to close the gap, which they clearly are. Martin Brundle did say after qualifying yesterday that qualifying was a clear example that the pack behind Red Bull are definitely closing the gap, and he is absolutely bang on. McLaren, only a quarter of a second away. That's so impressive. Then obviously got Charles Leclerc 4th, Carlos Sainz 5th. Ferrari were a tad disappointing yesterday. Charles Leclerc did not do the best final lap in Q3 that he could have done. Probably, if he had not had, I wouldn't say a terrible Sector 3 that he had with his best lap yesterday, but if it was just a tad better, Leclerc would be 3rd on the grid for today's race. But Ferrari just overall were not as close to Red Bull as I expected them to be. So, yeah, a bit disappointing for them, but, I mean, they're still not that far away, 3rd of a second really away from the Red Bull team. And then, in 6th and 7th, 2 more Brits, George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. Now, if you look at the pecking order of qualifying, Mercedes were pretty clearly the 4th best team, maybe 5th best, because I think you could definitely argue that Albon and the Williams probably could have done a better final lap in Q3, because he wasn't the absolute best lap I think Albon could have done at the end there, which was a 27.5. Definitely could have gone quicker, I feel. Whether he would have beaten both Mercedes, who knows? But clearly, with the new front wing upgrade, Mercedes have closed the gap significantly to Red Bull now, because for them to only be 4.5, 5 tenths of a second behind Red Bull around a quite a bit longer track than what we saw at the Red Bull Ring, where they were also about half a second off, is very impressive. So even though Mercedes, I know it might not seem like they have closed the gap to Red Bull because Ferrari and McLaren were clearly faster than them in qualifying yesterday, but I think it is clear to see that Mercedes have closed the gap to Red Bull. So, yeah, looking good on that front from Mercedes. What they need to do now, really, is get back ahead of Ferrari and McLaren in the pecking order. And if they do that, Mercedes are very close then, I think, to maybe winning a race in 2023. But, yeah, 6th and 7th. I mean, it's not the end of the world, that starting position. But I think still overall they'd be disappointed by that. But their race pace, as we'll get into soon, looks very, very good. Alex Albon, 8th on the grid. Still a very good position. Again, could have done, I think, a better final lap in Q3. But the Williams pace is genuinely very good. It's not just because Albon has produced an amazing performance. Williams do have a genuinely fast car this weekend and were quicker, definitely, than Aston Martin and Alpine in qualifying, as Fernando Alonso was only 9th and Pierre Gasly P10. And yeah, Aston Martin have clearly been surpassed by McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes, and at least around this track, the Williams team as well. So Aston Martin not looking good going into today's race, and I don't think really Aston Martin are going to do that much better, if at all, compared to how they did in qualifying, because I think their pace, whether it's race pace, quali pace, I don't think it matters. They just aren't that quick this weekend. But this is your top 10 for the race today. And then the rest of the field, Hülkenberg 11th, Stroll 12th, Ocon 13th, Sargent 14th, Perez will start 15th, with Tsunoda 16th, Zhou 17th, De Vries 18th, Magnussen 19th, and Valtteri Bottas, who did initially qualify in 20th, or in 15th, sorry, not in 20th, was disqualified and excluded essentially from qualifying because the FIA could not find a fuel sample from his Alfa Romeo, and that's why he was disqualified. And Valtteri will start from the back of the field, maybe even the pit lane. Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if Alfa Romeo made some changes and decided to start him on the pit lane. Yeah, that is your starting grid for the race today. So let's now get into the sector time data, just to look at where certain teams are quicker on the track and what really decided what happened in qualifying. So in the first sector, which is, I mean, you've got two slow corners of turn 3 and 4, but then the rest of the first sector is, you know, very high speed and, well, flat out, really. Ferrari, very impressive in the first sector, especially when you consider after Friday practice, Ferrari were losing nearly a tenth of a second in the first sector compared to Red Bull. So the first sector, Ferrari looked really good. It just kind of fell apart after that for them. Maybe when we get to the other sectors, maybe you could argue when you look at the times they're doing in those other sectors compared to Red Bull, maybe Ferrari in their setup decided to put a tad bit more downforce on. Maybe that's why they were a bit quicker in the first sector. I guess we'll see in the race. But really, Ferrari and Red Bull, despite Ferrari being quicker, really on the same pace in the first sector. McLaren nearly a tenth down, but still an impressive pace. A very impressive pace from Williams. They have been so quick in Sector 1 all weekend and split McLaren and Mercedes in that sector and are nearly a tenth of a second quicker than Aston Martin, which is really surprising because I thought Aston Martin would be very strong in the first sector coming into the weekend. But they just weren't. They were really not on the same level as McLaren, Williams, Mercedes, or of course Ferrari and Red Bull. So yeah, very poor pace there from the Aston Martin. The Alpine looking okay in the first sector. And then you got Haas, Alfa Romeo, AlphaTauri. The reason Haas, Alfa Romeo and AlphaTauri are so slow compared to the other teams is because, of course, there is a DRS zone in the first sector. And when Haas, Alfa Romeo and AlphaTauri were knocked out in Q1, Q2, there was no DRS enabled due to the on and off wet weather. So that is why they're so slow. But still, they would have been slower than the top 7 teams there. But they are definitely a lot closer through this sector than they proved to be factually. Now onto the middle sector, which is the most important sector at this track. Red Bull were the kings in that sector, faster than McLaren by a tenth of a second, and ultimately Ferrari just too slow in the middle sector, losing nearly 0.2 of a second. And yeah, if you remember back to practice 2 and my qualifying preview I did on Friday night, Red Bull and Ferrari, I think, were separated by 0.005 of a second in the middle sector. So that's why I say, because of how high speed the middle sector is, I'm just wondering, did Ferrari put a bit more wing on to be a bit quicker in the first and final sector, thus sacrificing some good speed in the middle sector? Maybe that's the case. Their race pace on Friday was really not that good. So it is possible that they did that to combat that. But yeah, that's really where Ferrari were losing out in qualifying compared to Red Bull. Mercedes looking okay in the middle sector. Nothing I would say that is good or very good. But not losing as much time to Red Bull in that sector as they were in practice 2. In practice 2, it was, I think, close to half a second they were slower than Red Bull in the middle sector. So clearly made some good improvements overnight to the setup of the car to make it a lot quicker compared to Red Bull. Williams, once again impressive, 5th best team in the middle sector and slightly quicker than the Aston Martin. The middle sector really should be their best sector, but still, for them to be quicker than Aston Martin through that sector and really quicker through qualifying than Aston Martin, considering how the season started, where Aston Martin were in a completely different league. It's just so impressive from Williams, and I really hope this pace this weekend that maybe they'll even have in the race. I'm hoping they can carry that through, really, for the rest of the season, because that would be great to see, and obviously would help Williams rise up the championship even more. Alpine looking okay. I think, really, the reason Alpine and Aston Martin struggled yesterday, and the reason they're struggling this weekend, is because Aston Martin and Alpine have been outdeveloped by McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes, who have brought bigger upgrades that have had a bigger effect to their car than what Aston Martin and Alpine have brought. I mean, Alpine really haven't brought that many new updates. So, yeah, that's really where they're suffering. Because, of course, through the middle sector, even though it's high speed, there are a lot of very important corners. So, yeah, that's really the area for those teams to work on if they're going to get back to fighting not too far away from Red Bull. And then again, Haas, AlphaTauri this time quicker than Alfa Romeo. But, yeah, those three teams, once again, the three slowest. And not necessarily a massive surprise, I have to say, through the middle sector. And through the final sector, Red Bull once again a tenth of a second clear of McLaren. And yeah, really the middle and final sector is where Red Bull showed their superiority to McLaren. Mercedes were lapping well, only a tenth and a half down. Remember, after Friday practice, Mercedes were one of the slowest teams in that final sector. So very impressive for them to do a much better pace than what we saw in FP2 on Friday. And slightly quicker, actually, than the Ferrari team. And yeah, Charles Leclerc did not have the greatest final sector. He did make a slight error at Stowe Corner. There has been a couple people on Twitter who have made that mistake out to be worse than it actually was. It definitely wasn't a mistake that would cost you 2-3 tenths of a second. It probably would have cost him a tenth of a second at most. But yeah, that's really... in terms of Leclerc versus Piastri for third, that's really what cost Leclerc qualifying in third place in the British Grand Prix qualifying yesterday. And then from McLaren, Mercedes and Ferrari down to Aston Martin, there is a very clear gap of a tenth and a half, or even compared to McLaren, 2 tenths of a second. Again, Aston Martin were also, like Mercedes, poor in that final sector on Friday, but coming into the weekend, I thought they would honestly do pretty well in that final sector, because normally their car, under heavy braking and in the slower corners, which are in the final sector as well, you've got the final chicane, which is quite slow. I was expecting the first and final sector to be really their strongest sectors, but turns out it's actually their weakest around this circuit. So yeah, really not good from Aston Martin, only slightly quicker than Alpine. The Williams of Albon, not too far behind. I think Albon probably didn't do the best final sector that he could have done yesterday. So yeah, I think Albon did leave some time on the table. And then the final three teams, Haas, Alfa Romeo and AlphaTauri. So through qualifying yesterday, the pecking order really was, yeah, Red Bull, McLaren, and then Ferrari third, Mercedes fourth. I'd probably say just ahead of Williams. Again, I think there is an argument to be made that if Albon had done a better lap, that maybe Albon could have ended up, maybe splitting the Mercedes or even beating the two Mercedes, and Williams maybe did have a faster car than Mercedes in qualifying, but just didn't quite show it. But yeah, I would probably say Mercedes were just slightly quicker than Williams overall. And then, yeah, Williams, I would say 5th quickest, Aston Martin 6th, Alpine 7th, Haas 8th, and then Alfa Romeo 9th, AlphaTauri 10th. That's what the pecking order was, really, in quali yesterday. For the pecking order of the race pace, which we saw on Friday, we'll get into that in a moment because it is quite a bit different compared to qualifying. But before we get onto that, let's get into the top speeds just to look at who is doing, or who has a really good top speed this weekend. Now, Fernando Alonso, very surprisingly, did the best top speed of anyone in qualifying, 327.2 kilometers an hour. Now, I don't know why he was able to do that. I'm not going to sit here and say Aston Martin have found a solution to their lack of straight line speed, because I don't know if they have or not. This might have been skewed, their top speed might have been skewed by Alonso possibly having a slipstream in qualifying. So we will wait until probably, I don't know, Hungary or Spa later this month to see whether Aston Martin can actually carry this through. But most likely, I don't know for sure, of course, because there isn't, I don't have confirmed evidence that Alonso had a slipstream to help that top speed. But yeah, we'll see whether he can keep that up, and whether Aston Martin, most importantly, can keep that up in future races. But after that, you've got Ferrari looking very quick, only a tad quicker with their top speed than Williams. Really, though, Ferrari, Williams, and Red Bull doing pretty much the same top speed, and then there is a clear drop-off to Mercedes, who are about, 3 to 3.5 kilometers an hour slower with their top speed, which actually is not that bad. It's definitely been bigger at times this season, so yeah, it's not too bad of a top speed there, but still lacking a small amount compared to those teams. Alpine looking okay with their straight line speed. McLaren, very impressive, the amount of downforce they've got on the car, because yeah, they were 6 kilometers an hour nearly slower than Ferrari in a straight line. That is a very impressive performance by McLaren in qualifying, and shows you that, you know, in the corners, McLaren, at least when it comes to qualifying, probably now have the second best car quite clearly. So, you know, when we come to some future racetracks where straight line speed doesn't really matter at all, such as, actually, the next Grand Prix on the calendar, the Hungaroring in Budapest, McLaren could genuinely be fast enough to fight for pole position because of how good their car is through the corners now. And of course, McLaren are thought to be bringing another upgrade in Hungary, which could be another big one for them. Maybe their last big upgrade of the season, we will see. So yeah, McLaren, watch out for them. They could be really, really strong in a couple weeks. And then obviously a big drop-off to AlphaTauri, Haas, and Alfa Romeo, because again, when they did their running in Q1 and Q2, respectively, what do you call it? Yeah, they didn't have DRS enabled for them, so that's why there's that massive drop-off. So yeah, Ferrari, Williams, and Red Bull, top speed looks very good. Again, I'm confident that Aston Martin's top speed is not actually that good. Mercedes is not too bad. Alpine not too bad. To be honest, for McLaren, theirs is not too bad, because they, at times before this upgrade, were losing a lot more at top speed compared to Red Bull and Ferrari. And yeah, here they're losing about 5.5 to 6 kilometers an hour. When at times this season, early in the season, it was more like 10 or even 15 kilometers an hour. So McLaren definitely have improved their efficiency in a straight line. Yeah, watch out for that, of course, in the race today. But now we're going to get on to the average long run pace by team from FP2. And we're going to look at the team-by-team rankings and just who had really good pace on Friday, because it does give us a really good indication as to who will have, you know, really good pace today and who really won't. And there are some very interesting points that come out of this. So Max Verstappen and the Red Bull did the best average time of a 1:33.6. Now, with the top 7 teams, what I made sure to do was to write down what tyre compound they did those stints on to get that average lap time. So with Max Verstappen, he did a 1:33.6 on average on the soft compound tyre, which most likely will not be used at, in the first stint of the race, or really during the race at all, unless we get a safety car, say with, 10 to 12 laps to go or something like that. So yeah, very impressive pace from Max, but also very, very impressive from Mercedes. Only 0.3 of a second down on average on the same compound of tyre. The Mercedes do have a very quick race car. Lando Norris, you may think his pace is good, but we do have to remember with Lando that even though his average time is good compared to Mercedes and Red Bull, Lando did his stint on Friday on the hard compound tyre, which is a much better race tyre than the soft. So I don't think McLaren in reality are actually that close to Red Bull and Mercedes on the long runs. So it should be really Red Bull the quickest team in the race today, Mercedes second quickest and McLaren third quickest. But of course, with McLaren compared to Mercedes having a much better grid position, doesn't necessarily mean Mercedes will beat McLaren today fully. So yeah, but yeah, like I said, Red Bull and Mercedes will definitely be the two fastest teams in clear air in this race today. And then after that, from 4th down to 7th, it is very close between Aston Martin, Williams, Alpine and Ferrari. Now, Aston Martin, 4th best team, but Alonso did his stint on the medium compound tyre, which should be the compound most of them, if not all of them, start the race on. Alex Albon, who did about the same time, did his stint on the soft compound tyre. So I do believe that on a better race tyre, Albon probably could go quicker during a stint than what we've seen with Aston Martin. Not much quicker, but definitely quicker, because again, the soft compound tyre is not a good race tyre here at Silverstone because they just get ripped apart by the long, hard corners. So yeah, Albon did his on the soft. Gasly did his average time of a 1:34.4 on the hard compound tyre, which is probably the best compound for today's race. So yeah, Alpine in reality are not as quick as they seem to be, and I think Alpine are probably the 7th best team here at Silverstone for the race. So then Carlos Sainz and Ferrari, 7th best team, but they did their stint on Friday again, like Williams, on the soft compound tyre. So in terms of that little battle, that 14 battle, Aston Martin, Williams, Alpine and Ferrari, it isn't, looking the way it says on this table. Once you do the tyre corrections and you put, the Williams and the Ferrari on the better race compounds, in my view, Williams are probably joint 4th quickest team with Ferrari. If not, Williams a tad quicker than the Ferrari team, you could argue. It's very hard to say, to be honest, because of course Leclerc did not do any running in practice too, and Leclerc has been quicker than Sainz this weekend, so Leclerc probably could have done a better lap time in FP2 with his long run pace. So maybe thinking about that and factoring that in, Ferrari probably will be quicker than Williams, but not by much, maybe a 10th or 2 on average during the race. So yeah, Ferrari will probably be 4th quickest team today, with Williams 5th, and then probably Aston Martin 6th and Alpine in 7th. And then with the final 3 teams, I wasn't able to find out what tyres they did their stints on, but AlphaTauri look a lot better, which is good to see. But unfortunately, they have a very low grid position of 16th and 18th. Alfa Romeo, not that great. And Haas, obviously, not that great either. I did mistakenly, as you can see, put Hulkenberg as an AlphaTauri driver. I do apologise about that. But, yeah, my pecking order for the race today in terms of who will have the best race pace down to the worst, it should be Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren. That top three should be that. I'm pretty confident in that. Then after that, it should be Ferrari 4th, Williams 5th, Aston Martin 6th, Alpine 7th, AlphaTauri 8th, Alfa Romeo 9th, Haas 10th. That's what it should be in the race today. And yeah, Aston Martin, obviously we expect them to be a lot quicker when it comes to race pace and just long runs. But yeah, they are just genuinely not fast this weekend. They weren't quick on it's not that they weren't quick on Friday. They just weren't very quick on Friday. Obviously yesterday weren't really quick at all. And yeah, with the long runs, they just don't look like they've really got much of a car today to fight for that many points, I have to say. So yeah, not looking good for Aston Martin once you factor in the again, Williams and Ferrari doing their long runs on a worse compound for the race today. So after factoring this in to a degree, let's get into my final top 10 race prediction for today's 2023 British Grand Prix. So I think Max Verstappen will win the race by a country mile. As you can see there, my predicted gap is 35 seconds. That is, of course, totally reliant on if there is no safety car or red flag or anything like that. So yeah, I think Red Bull will win by a country mile. And because Mercedes, who will have the second best race pace, because they're starting a bit too far down compared to Red Bull, that's why they're going to end up so far behind in the end, because they just weren't able to get a good enough grid position. But I think Lando Norris will just about hold on to second place ahead of Lewis Hamilton in third, who is going to be really the mover through the field. I mean, Sergio Perez will, of course, as well. But Hamilton's going to be really the man to look out for outside of the top three. So, yeah, Hamilton will finish in third. It will be very close there at the end of the race between Hamilton and Norris. George Russell will not be too far behind in fourth. Perez will finish in fifth, of course. Perez, I know, terrible elimination in Q1 yesterday, but the Red Bull is still quite comfortably the quickest car. So yeah, Perez will finish the race in fifth. Oscar Piastri, I'm going to go in sixth, because we have to remember with Piastri, despite a great performance yesterday, he doesn't have the full raft of updates, and McLaren's race pace is not as good as their quali pace. So that's why I've gone with him only down in sixth place. And then Charles Leclerc will finish in seventh, with Carlos Sainz in eighth, because Ferrari just don't have as good of a pace as Red Bull, McLaren or Mercedes on heavier fuel. So that's one, yeah, I've gone Ferrari 7th and 8th. And then Fernando Alonso, I've gone just ahead of Alex Albon, finishing in P9 with Albon in P10. The reason I've gone Aston Martin ahead of Williams in the race today is purely because of Fernando Alonso. So, yeah, that's why I've gone Alonso finishing in 9th ahead of Alex Albon in P10. But it will be a very close fight between those two drivers and really those two teams. And then outside of the top 10, you'll probably have Lance Stroll finishing in 11th, and then probably Sargent and Ocon 12th, 13th to complete the positions just outside of the top 10. And that is my prediction for the race today. Before, though, I move back on to the to counting down to this race and getting onto the teams and getting in a bit more depth about the teams, about how or why I think they'll finish in the positions I've gone for. Also, we'll get into some tyre strategy for today, which of course is very important around this track where tyres do wear out quite a bit. Just want to update you guys about my next two pieces of content. Of course, tomorrow I will be live tomorrow night at 8 p.m. UK time for the weekend review of the British Grand Prix. Make sure to join me for that. And then about 10 days later, I'll be live for the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend preview, live again at 8 p.m. So, yeah, of course, we are not that far away from the summer break as we continue to fly through the European season. So, if you want to keep up with the content on this channel, make sure to subscribe for more content like this. And for everybody watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button. We're currently on 32 likes. Let's try and get up to 50 likes if we can in the next, say, half an hour. That'd be good if we could do that. But let me just get the timer back on screen, as we have got, hour and 24 minutes, I think it is, about to go until the race starts at Silverstone. I will just quickly check Twitter to see if there is any news I can bring you guys. So I will quickly have a look. And yeah, can't see anything at the minute. No new announcements about grid drops or anything about that. As right, so and just to confirm as well, which I'm sure you guys will be pleased to hear. Yeah, my co-commentator today, Niblo, will be joining us in about probably an hour from now. Today's British Grand Prix. So yeah, should be a really good one today. But I think what I'm going to do quickly is on Twitter, on my end, I'm just going to quickly get up the Pirelli Motorsport Twitter account just to see what their predicted quickest tyre strategy is for today. Because, of course, is important to know. So according to Pirelli, wow, they have gone with lots of different strategy options. And they do say a number of strategy options for the British Grand Prix today. And they think that really any of these could be the quickest. So they've gone for 4 different tyre strategies. One is starting on the soft tyre, pitting between lap 11 and 17, and then going on to a set of mediums, and then pitting again between lap 33 and 40 for another set of soft tyres. You could do a one-stop strategy, which according to Pirelli, the best way to do that would be pitting between lap 21 and 27, and obviously pitting from the medium tyre and going onto the hard tyre, which I still think is what the teams will look to do. And then there's another 2-stopper, which is start on the medium, pit between lap 14 and 20, then go onto the hard tyre, and then pit between lap 35 and 42, and then go onto a set of softs. Then the 4th option is start on the hard tyre, pit between lap 33 and 41, and then end the race on a soft tyre. So according to Pirelli, you can either do 2 different alterations of a 2-stop, or 2 different alterations of a 1-stop. So there isn't really a quickest strategy today, which is really exciting because it just means that there's going to be, you know, so many options for the teams out there as to what they do. Now, let me just quickly notify you guys who has a new set of whatever tyres. So, of course, everybody who made the top 10 yesterday has no new sets of soft tyres, so I do expect the top 10 to still try and start the race so on a medium compound. So the 2 Red Bulls have 1 new set of mediums and hards. Perez, of course, has 3 new sets of soft tyres because he was eliminated in Q1. Perez probably will be very aggressive today with his strategy. Charles Leclerc has 1 new set of hard tyres, but 2 new sets of mediums, which could really spice up his race. And maybe Ferrari could go for a 2-stop and maybe go medium, medium, hard, rather than the 1-stop of a medium and then a hard compound tyre. And then everybody else, Sainz has only one set of a new set of hards and mediums. Same with Mercedes. Same with Alpine. Ocon has a new set of soft tyres, obviously because he was knocked down in Q2. Fernando Alonso has no new sets of hard tyres. He does have a used set, but probably just a scrubbed set of hard tyres, so he probably will still use it. He also has no, Alonso, new sets of mediums. Does have a used set. Albon has one new set of mediums and hards. McLaren, one new set of medium and hard. So yeah, mostly everyone has got about the same, say, new compounds for the race today. And again, certainly will make things interesting. So let's get into the teams, I reckon. And we will start, of course, with Red Bull Racing. Now, Max Verstappen, we'll start with him. There you go. All Max has to do is hold on to the lead for the first sector, really, or the first 7 or 8 corners, maybe at the longest. And if he can do that and he doesn't have to go massively offline to protect his position, then I think Verstappen will win the race today by a country mile, as I just showed you guys. Red Bull have the best race pace. The second closest team, or the closest team rather to them, on race pace is Mercedes, but Mercedes are starting too far back in 6th and 7th. So yeah, he should be able, in the first stint, to build a really nice gap to the McLarens and probably the Ferraris, as well as Mercedes, of course, will have to contend with the 2 Ferraris. So yeah, Verstappen will win the race today pretty comfortably. It's going to take something quite incredible to stop him winning at Silverstone for the first time since August 2020. And then for Sergio Perez, because he has a new set of each compound, and as Pirelli said, there's really, you could go for any type of strategy today and they all probably would be as quick as one another. Perez and Red Bull, with Perez, they have a lot of, I think, very good options for today's race. If I was the Red Bull strategist, which of course is Hannah Schmitz, obviously she's the best strategist in Formula 1, I would probably be inclined to start Perez on the soft compound tyre and then actually do a strategy that Red Bull have actually done before here at Silverstone. They did it with Alex Albon in the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, I remember, in 2020, when obviously the tyres were falling apart and the teams were having to do, I think, 2 stops or more. What they did was they boxed Albon very early and then made sure that for the rest of the race he had, fresh tyres for the rest of the race compared to pretty much everyone, and that's what saw him rise up the field and eventually finish in 5th, and he wasn't too far away from finishing in P4. And I think that's probably what Red Bull are going to do today. Just, they probably won't go, I think, for a 3-stop strategy that Albon did that day. And yeah, what I would do is what they did that day, just without, the extra pit stop. Start Perez on the soft, hit him after, like, I don't know, 7 or 8 laps, and then get him on the medium, undercut his way up the field, and then once everybody's made their pit stop and maybe Perez starts to lose the advantage of those, or of that undercut he did, then hit for another set of either mediums or hard tyres, and then we'll see, really, when he makes that second pit stop, as to whether he can get to the end without doing a 3rd pit stop in today's race. That's what the best strategy would be for Sergio Perez, to be very aggressive with when he pits. And my prediction is they will go for, maybe not that strategy, but a strategy that is good, definitely good enough to see him rise up the field quite a bit. And I think he will finish in P5 because the Red Bull is definitely still the best car out there. And I think Perez will have a much better day today. So yeah, Perez, I'm going in P5. Verstappen for the win. Red Bull still, I think, will be unstoppable. For the Ferrari team, yeah, as I said, qualifying was a bit underwhelming. They just weren't as quick as I think even they expected to be in the end in Q3. Even if Leclerc had done the absolute best lap he could have done, I don't think he would have been, to be honest, on the front row. I think just ultimately Ferrari were not as quick as McLaren in qualifying. And this weekend overall, McLaren have been, in practice they weren't faster than Ferrari, but practice, of course, doesn't matter compared to qualifying and race. So, yeah, McLaren are just faster than the Ferrari team. There's nothing really they can do about it. McLaren really hooked up and suited to this Silverstone track well. So, with the race today starting 4th and 5th, again, their race pace is a bit worse than what we saw yesterday with their quali pace. So, this is going to be a real struggle today. I don't see them as quick as Mercedes or McLaren, or Red Bull, of course, in the race today. And because there is one Red Bull and 2 McLarens ahead of them on the grid, I don't see them beating Verstappen, Norris, or Piastri today. And really, their main fight today will be with the 2 Mercedes drivers of Russell and Hamilton, and later on in the race, Sergio Perez, who will come roaring through the field probably. So, yeah, that's what really they're going to have to contend with, is those threats from behind. And because I don't think their pace will be good enough, they will finish 7th and 8th. They still do have Ferrari, a lack of race pace. It's not as bad as what we've seen, say earlier in the season. They've made steady improvements to that area, but it's still not enough for them to be seriously quick over a race distance, especially around a track like this, where tyres wear out quite a bit, and Ferrari quite clearly are still not looking after their tyres as well as teams like Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren. So yeah, Ferrari overall not looking that great, and 7th and 8th is where I think they'll finish. But one positive thing I will say with Ferrari is 7th and 8th is probably the worst position they will finish in today's race. So if they can be a bit better than I expect in today's race, then I think definitely getting a car into the top 5, or keeping a car rather in the top 5, is definitely possible for them. But yeah, if you're a Ferrari fan, I wouldn't be too optimistic for today's race. It's going to take something really special to secure the podium, I think, because I just don't think they've got fundamentally the pace on heavy fuel and the ability to manage their tyres well enough to secure a podium. But Mercedes absolutely do. Qualifying, position-wise, wasn't the greatest. 6th and 7th, and also Lewis Hamilton slower than Russell in qualifying, which was a surprise. But when you compare Mercedes' how far they were off compared to Red Bull, they should be really encouraged by the pace in qualifying. And if they can be only 2-3 tenths of a second per lap on average in clear air, slower than Red Bull, that would be really good. It really would. It would be such a massive gain on what we've seen from them compared to Red Bull so far this season at more aero-dominant tracks or longer race tracks in general. So, yeah, very encouraging from Mercedes. And they are not a million miles away now from Red Bull. And I certainly think next Grand Prix in Hungary, we might see Mercedes be really not too far away from the Red Bull team. Not saying they'll be as quick. I don't think they will be. But, yeah, I could see Mercedes being only, because it's a shorter racetrack there, probably only a couple tenths of a second away. As long as their drivers produce really strong laps and have great pace in Hungary. But for this race today, yeah, the pace in qualifying, despite their position not being great, was still okay. And the race pace looks very, very good. And they should be, in clear air, the second quickest team today. Really, in terms of how they conduct the race today, it depends on who is the higher placed Mercedes driver after the first lap. Because if it's Lewis Hamilton, then I think really with Hamilton, you need to just let him attack. and get after the Ferraris and the McLarens ahead. And with strategy as well, I would definitely be keen to put Hamilton on a different strategy for him to attack those cars later on. And probably, with how well Mercedes managed their tyres, I think it'd probably be better if Hamilton, if he was ahead of Russell at the end of the first lap and was able to maybe get into the top 5 by the time we get to like lap 10, it would probably be good if Mercedes tried to push Hamilton a bit longer into the race, like 5 laps or so longer into the race than, say, McLaren and Ferrari. Because even if they all do a 2-stop strategy, it would give Hamilton really good pace in the, say, the second half of the British Grand Prix. So yeah, Hamilton, I think he'll be very good today. I think he will get ahead of George Russell at some point, whether it's the first lap or even on the circuit, because I do believe Lewis Hamilton will be faster than Russell today. But Russell, watch out for him as well, because if, say, Hamilton doesn't have a great start and Russell is able maybe to snatch ahead of one of the Ferrari drivers on the first lap, he will also be able to capitalise on that great Mercedes race pace and maybe get a podium himself. Remember, Russell has not been on the podium since he hasn't been on the Spanish Grand Prix, rather. That was the last time he was on the podium, but that's his only podium of the entire season. So obviously he'd be very keen to get onto it today at his home Grand Prix. Home Grand Prix, of course, for both drivers. And really, even though it's a German team, it is their home Grand Prix. Brackley is really not that far away from Silverstone, just, I think, to the south of the Silverstone circuit. And they would love if they would have finished where I predict them to finish, 3rd and 4th today, and really have a good race. And let's hope they can, because after an encouraging qualifying, they can have a really strong race today. Then yeah, that could really motivate them and push them to maybe get on Red Bull's pace not too far away from now later in the season. But yeah, Hamilton I think will finish in 3rd, George Russell 4th, Hamilton and Norris I think will be very close towards the end. I'll get into soon why I think Lando will end up finishing in 2nd. But yeah, 3rd and 4th I will go for the Mercedes team. Next up, Aston Martin, who, well, do not look good whatsoever. Nothing really positive to say. On low fuel, the car's not quick. Heavy fuel, the car's not quick. It's not a fast car this weekend. And like I said, they've just not developed this car enough. That's why they have slipped back to this point. Because we saw at the start of the season they had about the 2nd best car on the grid. And now, at least this weekend, they're what? 5th or 6th best? Probably 6th best. Just not good enough, is it? From Aston Martin. I did see a comment passing in the chat a few moments ago saying maybe Aston Martin's concentrating on next year's car. Aston Martin, I do remember, were talking about that a couple of months ago, about how they were keen to, get cracking with next year's car. But the issue is, I mean, obviously, if they concentrate early on next year's car, that's great, and it will give them an advantage at the start of next season and probably for next season. But for this season, it's not like they're comfortably going to finish in 2nd. They're only 3 points behind Mercedes in the fight for 2nd, and they're only, 21 points clear of Ferrari. So they might suffer because of that, if that is what their intended plan is. Maybe, maybe their intended plan is to just focus on next year's car and take a lower finishing position in the championship so they can have a bit more wind tunnel time for the first half of next season. I mean, I can understand why they would maybe want to do that, but when 2nd place is on offer I just think they should go for it because I know Aston Martin have aspirations of possibly winning the championship in the future, but you never know. This could be the best Aston Martin will be, period. They might not next year or the years after be as good as this year. It reminds me to a degree. I mean, not as much because that year there was a championship fight actually going on between different teams. But in 2008, BMW, with a regulation change just around the corner, BMW were in the lead of the championship after the first, I think, 7 races it was. And then stopped developing their car in, I think, it was just after the Canadian Grand Prix, which they won, and then lost the championship, when if they kept developing that '08 car, they probably could have won it. Because Kubica was very quick that season and very consistent. Again, to a degree, it kind of reminds me, Aston Martin, of that they're sacrificing what would be a really good season in 2023 for the possibility of something better next year. But again, there is no guarantees that they're going to turn up next season with a car that is as quick compared to the others as it was at the start of this season. So it is quite risky if that's what their plan is, and that's why they're not really bringing a ton of updates. We'll see with Aston Martin whether that is indeed the plan with them. I'm sure we'll find out more on that over the next, say, 3 weeks or so, up until the summer break comes. But I do feel as though they are kind of throwing away second in the championship, when really it is there for the taking, as long as they develop the car enough. But in regards to today's race, Aston Martin, they're not that quick. Really, the main team they're going to be fighting today is Williams. And Alonso, maybe he will produce a godly performance and be fighting with Ferrari, and maybe even higher than that. But I don't see it at all, because I just don't think Aston Martin have got the pace. And that's why I think Alonso will finish only in P9, a couple seconds ahead of Alex Albon in P10. And if Aston Martin, let's say, theoretically, they don't develop the car anymore this season, or they only bring a couple minor bits and then decide not to bother with any more upgrades, Aston Martin will very quickly go down the field. Not in terms of the championship, but with their performance, they will, very quickly fall down the field. I mean, they're, at the minute, quite clearly slower than Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren. This weekend are slower than Williams. And then you've got Alpine just behind them. And then you never know what Haas, Alfa Romeo and AlphaTauri could do. So I'm not going to sit here and say they might be one of the worst teams at the end of the season. But if they were to stop with all development now, there's a good chance they would go back to being what they were at the end of last season, which is a team that scores a few points at best in a Grand Prix, which of course is not what Fernando Alonso signed up for. So we will see what Aston Martin do. Will they bring another big upgrade to really roar back in 2023, or will they just focus fully on next year's car? We will see. We'll now go on to, quickly, the Alpine team. Pierre Gasly, I do have to say, did well to get into Q3, because Alpine were not quick yesterday. And to be honest, Alpine have not got really that good a pace. They're about the 7th best team this weekend, which is quite a bit worse than I expected them to be, even coming into the weekend. To be honest, never mind, say a month ago, where I thought coming here they'd probably be quite good. But Alpine, they're not that quick. I think they'll do really well just to finish in P10 with Pierre Gasly, because of how quick the other teams around them are. And then, of course, outside of the top 10, you've got Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin and Sergio Perez in the Red Bull. So, the chances of Alpine scoring a point today are very low. and very reliant on any retirements from the Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren, Williams, Ferrari, or Aston Martin teams. Very reliant on that. So yeah, Alpine, like Aston Martin, they just haven't developed this car enough. Alpine, they started the season off with a good car, and they've just tweaked the car here and there really since the start of the season. They've not brought really a big upgrade so far in 2023. And I'm hoping that before the summer break comes, we will see a big upgrade from them. Because if we do, I'm not saying they'll be as quick as McLaren, but I don't think they'll be too far away from them. And they would get back into the fight with teams like Mercedes to a degree and Ferrari to a degree, like they were a month ago back in Monaco and Spain. So we'll see what Alpine can do. But yeah, because of lack of upgrades, that's why Alpine have slipped down to this position. And yeah, they'll be lucky to finish in the top 10. And now let's go on to really the final front-running team, and that is McLaren. What a day yesterday, second and third on the grid. And yeah, their upgrades have clearly improved their car massively. As I said before, the upgrades came. They were fighting in the midfield. They didn't look that great, to be honest. I know they were third in qualifying in Spain, but I think that was a lot to do with the drivers, to be honest, having a really strong day. And yeah, if you look at the difference of pace from before the upgrades to now, like I said, they're about a second a lap quicker now than they were a month ago. Just an incredible improvement from McLaren. And they are, without a doubt, the most improved team of 2023. Because at the start of this season, you definitely could argue they were probably not the slowest team on the grid, but one of the, say, 2 or 3 slowest teams on the grid. They were not quick whatsoever and were very reliant on their drivers getting not just everything out of the car, but really doing amazing laps in qualifying just to put McLaren in a decent position. Because I think if you had put, other drivers into this car at the start of the season, they would have been in very poor positions. So yeah, it's just incredible where they've come from. At the start of the season, it was doom and gloom. And now, not even halfway through the season, remember, we're still, I think Hungary might be, at some point during that weekend, might be the exact halfway point of the 2023 season. Yeah, not even officially halfway through the season. And now, look at them. They're one of the best teams on the grid. And have still got upgrades coming. And I think are a serious threat now for the rest of the season. I think they could legitimately win a race in 2023. And I definitely think that even pole position at a future race is very possible and could even happen in a couple weeks in Hungary. Maybe even a couple street tracks we're going to before the end of the F1 season. Singapore, obviously, we've got coming up soon. We've got Zandvoort, which is, a purpose-built racetrack, but is very aero-dominant. And it could be a really good chance for McLaren to get the unthinkable result, really, when you think back to late February and early March of 2023. But yeah, when it comes to this race today, their pace, I don't think, as I said earlier, will be as good as Red Bull and Mercedes. But because they have track position, that really helps their race effort today. And Lando Norris, of course, starting on the front row at Silverstone for the first time in his career. I think he will hold on to second because I think because Mercedes will be held up fighting their way through the Ferraris and probably Piastri, the second McLaren, that will give Lando good breathing space to build a gap and to then hold on by the end of the race to take second place. For Oscar Piastri, I can just go to him. I think this is him. Yeah. I think Piastri will have good pace today, don't get me wrong. I just don't think it'll be strong enough for him to beat the two Mercedes drivers. I don't see him on the same pace as Lando in the race today, because Lando is quicker, only by a tenth or so. But again, we have to remember that Lando has that new front wing, which Oscar does not have, but will have, thankfully, in Hungary. So Oscar does kind of have a slight disadvantage for the race today. And because McLaren are lacking a bit of pace on the longer runs compared to Mercedes, yeah, it's definitely going to be a tougher day today than it was yesterday. And that's why I've gone Piastri to finish in P6, behind the two Mercedes and the Red Bull of Sergio Perez. And I think Lando will finish in second. And if they were to get that result, second and sixth, that would be 26 points, which would put them just 1 point behind Alpine in the championship. And I think today there's definitely a very good chance that McLaren could overtake Alpine in the championship for fifth. And maybe, you never know, rise even higher in the championship. Because, I mean, Aston Martin and Ferrari, they're quite a bit ahead of them in terms of points. But, I mean, there is still a lot of races to go. So it's not impossible. I mean, Ferrari are, what, 127 points maybe behind, or ahead rather, Ferrari are compared to McLaren. So, you know, it's definitely catchable with so many races to go. So you never know. McLaren could really rise high in 2023. And, right, we're going to finish up with the final few teams, and then we'll get to your comments, guys, in the live chat. Just wanted to say as well, make sure to also, if you haven't already, vote in the poll that I've set up in the chat. The question I've asked is, who is most likely to finish on the podium today at the British Grand Prix? The options are Norris, Piastri, Leclerc, and Hamilton. Let me know who is most likely out of those four to be on the podium today. My opinion is Lando, and then probably Hamilton second. Yeah, let me know whether you agree or disagree, or maybe you think Leclerc has a better chance. But Alfa Romeo, we'll just quickly go through them. Yeah, their pace is quite weak, and yeah, they are on the grid, 17th and 20th. Shocking qualifying. They did bring some new parts for this weekend, but it hasn't seemed to improve their pace. And yeah, they are heading for really a disastrous end to the season because of their lack of budget really to develop this 2023 car. I don't think really they're going to be able to develop much more for the rest of this season. So there is a decent chance Alfa Romeo could end up finishing 9th or even last in this year's championship. Of course, it will get better once they become Sauber and progressively more and more funded by Audi, who will officially take over in 2026. But it is tough days at Alfa Romeo. Haas F1, Hülkenberg did a very good job, I think, to qualify 11th because Haas were really not that quick in qualifying yesterday. And Hülkenberg missing out by, I think, a few hundredths of a second when it came to making it into Q3 for another race. But yeah, sadly for Haas, once again, they have very poor pace on the long runs. So no chance of points for the Haas F1 team. And for AlphaTauri, just like Alfa Romeo, they've brought a load of new parts, but they're not really any quicker. Their long run pace looked good, so that's a plus, I guess, but they're starting too far back, 16th and 18th, so I really don't see what they can do from there. Maybe they could get up to like 13th, maybe even P12. But yeah, I'd be very surprised if they got any points today. And the final team, Williams. What a weekend they've had. Of course, it's their 800th Grand Prix this weekend at Silverstone. Special livery on the car. And what a weekend they've had. Alex Albon has been in the top 3 of all practice sessions and qualified and starts today's race, which is kind of a home race for him. He starts in 8th place. What a position for today's British Grand Prix. And it is not just because Albon is on good form. It is, I'd probably say, a lot of it is to do with Williams having a really fast car here. Obviously, we know their top speed's good. Silverstone is high speed, but for them to be as competitive as they are through the corners compared to your Aston Martins and even Mercedes at times is so impressive. And clearly that upgrade at the Canadian Grand Prix, which was a new car for them, and also a new front wing they've got on the car this weekend, really has helped their performance. And I really hope that for the rest of the season we can see this more and more. It'd be great to see Williams rise up the championship as they're currently in P9. Decent chance today of rising up to 8th, but I think realistically Albon will finish in the last points-paying position in P10. As long as Albon, though, finishes in the points, that is good enough. Because if Williams can now consistently carry this pace through to the rest of the races this season, then Williams really should overtake Alfa Romeo and Haas in the championship. And if Alpine continue to struggle as they are at the minute, maybe if they can, Williams maybe bring another big upgrade. You never know. Williams might not end the season too far away from the Alpine team, because clearly this weekend they're much faster than them. So yeah, watch out for them. Also, Logan Sargent, I have to say again, poor effort in qualifying. He was way too slow compared to Alex. He's been about half a second a lap slower than the his teammate Alex Albon this weekend, which is not good enough. If he was within 2.5 tenths, 3 tenths even of a second, maybe he wouldn't get through to Q3, but he would be not starting in 14th. He'd probably be 11th or 12th on the grid at the absolute worst. So Logan's pace has really not been good this weekend. Maybe we'll see a bit of a stronger performance in the race. We did see that in Austria, where Logan, who finished in 13th, his pace was a lot better on the Sunday. Maybe we'll see that today. But yeah, Williams looking great, and as long as they score a point today, then I'd be happy with that. But there you go, guys. Those are all the teams. And one thing I will do quickly, just to ensure that the stream today is going to run smoothly, is get rid of all of this graphic stuff, just so my OBS can be smooth. So let me just do this. And just a reminder, this is, if you haven't seen already, my top 10 race prediction. Verstappen to win from Norris, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso, and Albon. So, there you go. And we won't quite go on to that yet. As, the timer has reset itself. I should have known that. Let me just get it back on screen for you guys. As we have got 47 minutes until the race starts at Silverstone. So still a decent amount of time until lights out at the British Grand Prix. So yeah, for the next, until Niblo comes on, let's I think what I'm going to do is read out some comments from you guys in the live chat for the next, say, 15 to 20 minutes. So make sure to post in the chat. You know, any comments you have, any questions you want to ask, as that would be good. As just trying to look on Twitter to see if there's any news at the minute. And can't see any news on Twitter for today's race. Of course, we covered yesterday the Formula 2 sprint race. I just wanted to update you guys what happened in the feature race. Victor Martins won the feature race from Zane Maloney in second. Great drive from him. And then Théo Pourchaire finished in third. And Frederick Vesti retired from the race after a collision on the restart of the race. So Vesti, after all that, is only 6 points clear of Pourchaire in the championship. Iwasa third, Behrman fourth, Martin's up to fifth, and Martin's now only 47 points behind the championship leader. So Martin does still have a pretty decent chance, given his consistency as of late, of possibly winning the title. But yeah, big weekend for Teo Pourchaire. And the reason I wanted to mention that was because with Alfa Romeo, of course, they have Valtteri Bottas and Zhou Guanyu. And I think Bottas has been a bit hot and cold this season. I think you can give, though, Valtteri the benefit of the doubt this season, because at least he has had, 2 or 3 really strong races where he's done really well for the team. Obviously, 8th in Bahrain, scored points in, in Canada, and I think he had a good race in Monaco as well, did Valtteri. Zhou has had, I think, a good race in Spain as well, but the reason I'm mentioning this is because Zhou Guanyu, I think, is just not good enough for Formula 1. And I think I've, I gave him a chance coming into this season because, of course, last year, which was not that impressive of a season from him, I gave him another chance this season because, second season, maybe he'll really step up. And we've seen other drivers before, they'll step up quite a bit compared to their debut season, but Zhou just hasn't. And no disrespect to Valtteri Bottas, but if you are struggling a lot of the time to match Valtteri Bottas on a consistent basis, that's most important, on a consistent basis, then I'm not sure you're good enough for Formula 1. Again, no disrespect to Valtteri, but he's not at his peak anymore. And if you're going to succeed in Formula 1, you need to be really matching Bottas, if not beating him, really 50% of the time, at least, during a season. And Zhou, I'm not sure really is doing that. I know Zhou starts ahead of Bottas on the grid, but that's only because Bottas was disqualified for a technical infringement. And I think Valtteri has been mostly the better driver this season. So, yeah, if Teo Pourchaire, who is a Sauber Academy driver, if he can win the F2 title, then surely they've got to make that driver swap and get Teo Pourchaire into next year's, what is this year's Alfa Romeo. Next year, of course, there'll be the Sauber F1 team. They've got to do that if Teo does win the F2 title. Right. Let's have a look through the chat and see what you guys have to say for the next few minutes or so. Sir Peter Windsor has a breakdown, but Lewis can do no wrong. Stream that pretentious are. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Oz Cole Pure, I think it is, says Max gets the win, followed by Leclerc, either Perez or Sainz. That's quite a surprising prediction, but no, that's your view. You never know, could happen. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Taslim Ahmed, yeah, it was you that talked about Aston Martin. Yeah, they're saying, I guess Aston focusing on 2024 car development, which is good. Again, it's only good if they make another big improvement for next season as well. My fear is, what if they don't quite get enough out of their design for next year and then end up starting next season a bit slower than they started this season? Then they would have blown, second in the championship really for this year if that is what they're doing. Again, though, we don't know for sure if that's what they're doing right now. Let's find some other comments here. If I can. Crystal Racing saying Silverstone is great for wheel-to-wheel racing, but it's been a long time since the last fluke result. To be honest, I think to a degree, you could maybe say Sainz last year was a bit of a fluke, because really in 2022 it was Verstappen, Leclerc constantly. And Sainz was not looking really likely to win that race until the race was restarted after the safety car came in, and obviously Leclerc, for some reason, Ferrari didn't pit him for new soft tyres. Because Leclerc was quicker in the race, Verstappen obviously overtook Sainz for the lead and then had his damage. Yeah, I'd kind of say last year was a bit of a fluke. But yeah, before that, yeah, I'd have to agree. Probably not since, I don't know, maybe Barrichello in 2003 was a bit of a fluke. Then again, he did start that race on pole, so was it really much of a fluke? I don't know. To be fair, you don't get many surprising race winners around Silverstone. If you look at the last 20 years, you've had, what, Barrichello, Michael Schumacher, Montoya, Alonso, Raikkonen, Hamilton, Vettel, Webber, who else? Rosberg, Verstappen, yeah, Sainz. Those have been the race winners, I think, here in total in the last 20 years. A lot of those winners were, they didn't come back from like far back on the grid. They were right up at the front for those races, really. So let's see if we can find some more comments. Thanks, Chaz, for the forum. No problem. Good to have you. KG says, I have a conspiracy theory that Red Bull is intentionally not doing enough for Perez's car after that little spat he had with the team when he was trying to win. Yeah, I think we could definitely put that under conspiracy theory, because I don't think that's true. There's no reason why Red Bull would obviously want to sabotage one of their own cars when for the sponsors and the team and all of that. The best thing for them is a 1-2 at every race. I will say, though, an F1 team sabotaging one of their drivers has actually happened before. The infamous, I think, Andrea Moda team in 1992. What was it? The last ever race they did, I think that was the name of the team. The last ever race they did was at Spa in 92. And I think for one of their drivers, because the team owner maybe had a pay dispute with one of the drivers, apparently the mechanics deliberately broke the car, or I think may have damaged the brakes deliberately so that the driver couldn't brake. I'm pretty sure that happened. I'd have to... because I saw it in a... what's the guy's face? Aidan Millward? Is that his name? He did a video on it. And I think I even Wikipedia'd it. And let me just have a look. Yeah, this was it. So for the Belgian Grand Prix in late August, both Andrea Moda cars were guaranteed entry into qualifying because Brabham had withdrawn. That's when Brabham went bust. Reduced the entry list to 30 cars, eliminated the need for pre-qualifying, which is a lot of the time why Andrea Moda didn't actually qualify for the weekend, because you had to have pre-qualifying, so there were so many cars back then. In qualifying, Andrea Moda were the two slowest cars on the track. Roberto Moreno, that was 13% slower than pole. That is a lot, especially when you consider how close the grid is now. And McCarthy, what was his actual name? Perry McCarthy, was 22% slower than pole. But it doesn't say here, actually, about that story. The actual team owner was arrested in the paddock for allegedly forging auto part invoices. And then at the next weekend in Monza, they were refused entry to the paddock and were told basically to go fuck themselves because they weren't, I don't think they were paying money, really, to enter. But, yeah, I don't know the exact story because I saw it in an Aidan Millward video where he covered the that team, but I'm pretty sure he talked about that story where they deliberately damaged the brakes so that Perry McCarthy couldn't brake going through Eau Rouge, because back then, obviously, in that car, you would have to brake in the middle of Eau Rouge. Apparently, they, damaged the brakes. Think of that what you will. Just a truly mental story. Crystal Racing says Life F1 in 1990 was pure banter. Yeah, they were an absolutely garbage team. I'll tell you one though, story which I find quite funny, especially with what you call it, with Porsche. You know, we've heard rumors, and they were actually trying to get onto the grid as a manufacturer or even maybe as a works team. 2026. Let me just find it. Yeah, in the early 90s, they returned as an engine supplier, and it was the absolute worst engine you've ever seen. They powered the Footwork Arrows team, with a double V6, which, as it says here on Wikipedia, weighed 400 pounds. And yeah, it was the worst engine probably you've ever seen. It was so bad. Hello to Brabham. Good to see you, mate. Leclerc's a better chance than Carlos. I agree. Lai says, do you think that Carlos will pick up a podium today? No, I don't think that he will. He's not been too bad this weekend, I will say, Carlos. He was only slightly slower than Leclerc in qualifying. I think Carlos, to be honest, has been driving at his best, but again, Ferrari overall were just a bit underwhelming in qualifying, and that's why they're 4th and 5th on the grid when I was certain they were going to be 2nd and 3rd on the grid for today's race. Because after practice, they looked like they were right on pace with Red Bull, if not maybe quicker, you could argue. But, yeah. Not looking like a great race today for Ferrari, I must say. But before I bring Nib on, one thing I am going to do quickly is post the link of the stream out in a couple places. And I just want to say once again, before we get into the race, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this if you are new to the channel, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. We'll be, of course, doing the same for the next race in Hungary in 2 weeks' time. And for everybody watching right now, make sure to smash that like button if you haven't already. We're currently on 74 likes. Let's try and get up to, I don't know, 85, 90 likes or so in the next 20 minutes. That'd be good if we could. Yeah, make sure to smash a like button to show your support if you haven't already. But, yeah, I'll just post the link out quick in a couple places, and then we'll probably bring Nib on. Come join us here to watch along the 2023 British Grand Prix. And I'll just post it out quickly on Twitter, which thankfully, compared to last week, is working now. It's no longer rate limited like it was for everyone. Right, so I've just been notified by Nib that it'll probably be on will be ready in another 5 minutes. Right. Come join us here to watch along the British GP. Hold on. There you go. Right, so that is all done. And now, I think I'll get to bring in Nib on. But yeah, make sure, of course, to keep posting your comments. I'll try and get to some if I can before the race starts. Of course, we'll be going through with Nib in a moment just to ask his thoughts on what he thinks going into the race, what he's thought of the weekend. So we'll see what he thinks in a moment. As I'll just quickly adjust a couple things, ready for him to come on. And hold on. Right. And I'll just open Discord and get him on, as long as he's there. And no, he's offline at the minute, so probably just give him a couple more minutes. So yeah, I'll just read out a couple more comments before he's ready. Let me find some comments to read out in regards to the race. I have to say, there is a lot of comments that has nothing to do with the race today. I don't know why. You guys are talking about literally everything today. Crystal Racing, did Jordan or Force India ever achieve a podium at Silverstone? I don't think so. No. I think the closest Jordan got was 99. I think Ralf Schumacher took it just ahead of Frentzen that day. But yeah, obviously this track always very close to home. The Silverstone-based team. And even though, actually thinking about it, yeah, the Silverstone-based team, but they've never been on the podium at Silverstone. It's quite incredible, actually. Yeah, they've had 2 or 3, I think, weekends in their history since they were Jordan and then Force India, Racing Point, Aston Martin. They had a couple race weekends where they got close, but yeah, factually, no podiums. Herman saying Hamilton wearing race overalls for this race. Not sure if he actually is. I don't think he is. And yeah, I can see a couple people mentioning Brad Pitt. Yeah, Brad Pitt is currently, or this is a piece being done where he's been interviewed by Martin Brundle probably early in the weekend. And yeah, he has done some filming this weekend in the F1 lookalike car they've been using. It's actually an F2 car that's been made to look like an F1 car. And him and the other actors, can't remember the other actors. I think one of them is, I'm not sure what his name is, because I think the name I'm thinking of might actually be the name of the character rather than the actor. But yeah, he's been doing some driving around the track this weekend. I don't know if he's interacting, or if that production, if they're going to be doing anything on the formation lap with the drivers. I have no idea. What was it? You may know, what is it? Kim Illman, the F1 photographer, who is not the most reliable source of information, I will say. He did do an Instagram post, Kim, saying that Brad Pitt was going to lead the cars away on the formation lap, but I don't think that's true. I think that was just tongue-in-cheek from Kim. I was thinking though, if we do, and I don't want to tempt fate, but if we do have those just stop oil protesters on the track again, then if there's any car that's going to hit that protester, to be honest, if you run out onto a live racetrack and you get hit by a car and killed, I don't think really you should, or there should be really any complaints, because you're an idiot if you run out to a live racetrack. But if any car does hit that just stop oil protester, let's hope it's Brad Pitt on the formation lap if he's doing it. Maybe they can work it into the script. Who knows? Anyway, let's bring Nib on, because I can see he's now in the chat. And right, I'll just join the call. Right, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, you're there. How are you?
I am stressed. As you would have gathered from my messages to you, very stressed about the cricket at the moment. But I mean, also actually a race where there's something really on the line as an Aussie, which is a rarity, because who let McLaren cook, Chaz? Who let them cook?
Yeah, it's just it's so good to see McLaren in this position. At least, you know, for the first time in a couple years, but really with the car they've got now, they should be super competitive going forward for the rest of the season. As their car aerodynamically right up there with the Mercedes, if not better, and not too far away from Red Bull. It really is an incredible improvement they've made. But yeah, I understand why you're stressed about the cricket, because it's really going to be a tight finish there. Let's just get into quickly this race today. So obviously, Max on pole, Lando second, Oscar third. And quickly, just let me know what you thought of Oscar's performance in qualifying. Just how great was it, especially when you consider that he still isn't running every single new part McLaren have?
I mean, people forget that. Well, I don't think people have forgotten, but for Christ's sake, he's had a year out of driving cars, and for him to be driving this well already is pretty remarkable. I mean, we go back to like Lando's. Who had a year out? No, Ocon.
Yeah.
Ocon had a year out. Like it took him a long time to get back up to speed, but Oscar is right up there already. Without the new front wing, McLaren have got upgrades coming for Hungary. It's exciting times, and I've got to say, right, I did say that to anyone who didn't vote Oscar as driver of the day yesterday in qualifying, that they'd get banned. Now, I was being serious. Only 19% voted for Oscar. What's the chat smoking? Come on.
Yeah, might have had a bit too many Brits in the chat. That's probably why Lando got the vote there.
Outrageous.
Yeah, it was such a great performance from Oscar. And like you said, a year out without driving cars, and his debut F1 season. It's not like he's it's not like, you know, with Ocon, obviously he had a couple years in F1 before he had a year out. With Oscar, you know, even newer and more foreign territory for him than a lot of other drivers have experienced in their respective careers. And I've said this, I think I said this a few months ago, and I still stick with this, and I really hope he delivers on this potential. But I do think that Oscar Piastri is, in terms of speed and talent, and remember, this is only his debut season, he should theoretically get better, and maybe you never know how great he could become. I think he could be really the most talented, or one of the most talented Australian racing drivers there's ever been. He is that good. His speed is incredible. We saw it in F2. This season has been not as quick as Lando, but has been very close to him, which is really good considering how quick Lando is and how experienced Lando is still at a young age. So, yeah, Oscar, I think, really is setting himself up for a really great Formula One career, as long as obviously he gets a bit of luck along the way with whatever team he's racing for. But yeah, brilliant from Oscar as Brundle is about to interview the bald fraud on the grid.
I actually don't have the coverage on. Let's see who. Oh, I assume Pep.
Yeah,
Right.
we all know who the bald fraud is. Yeah, brilliant from Piastri. And then, yeah, we've got, two Ferraris, 4th and 5th, Mercedes, 6th and 7th. I made this point earlier in the stream. Mercedes, obviously, not a great position, but around this longer racetrack, nearly 90 seconds, obviously, for a lap, are you encouraged that they're, in qualifying, they were only like half a second off Red Bull?
No. No. I mean, Mercedes talk this big game, or we've got these big upgrades that are going to produce these big effects and get us good results, and McLaren have gone past them already in one race with their upgrades. I mean, Hamilton's already suffering from head loss in the press, saying that McLaren looking like a Red Bull, and that's the way that Mercedes need to go. So it's pretty funny to see some Mercedes head loss, especially on Twitter, right? Because I have no issue with Lewis Hamilton or Mercedes. Well, I hate Toto. I'm sorry, but Toto with his comments about we can't have another team. Sincerely, get fucked. Like,
exactly,
what a weapon. It's just more the cult. Oh, Mick. Sorry, I've just gone back onto my tab and I see the legend, the MotoGP legend Mick Doohan on my screen. But yeah, I mean, it's just funny. Sorry, I've rambled on a bit there.
Well, no, I understand what you mean compared to McLaren, but would you not at least say relative? Like, if you remove, McLaren and Ferrari and those teams, relative purely to Red Bull, would you not at least say it's a bit more encouraging that, because at the start of the season, they were like well over a second slower than Red Bull.
True, and it's encouraging because they do have the worst engine on the grid.
Yeah,
and I think if McLaren had a bit of a better engine, oh boy,
yeah,
they'd be right up there.
True. I mean, they're losing, I think, normally about 5 kilometers an hour F3 Grand Prix, the Mercedes powered teams compared to Ferrari and Red Bull. Like you said, if Mercedes had a bit more power, which of course they can't do anything about that now because the engines have been frozen development wise until the end of 2025, but it does show you just how good the McLaren package is at the minute, and there are still further upgrades to come. And I think, like I said earlier in the stream, next Grand Prix at Hungary, I legitimately think McLaren could end up on pole position around that track, even without the and that's with the if you just forget about further upgrades that could come. And then
I think I would explode if McLaren were to put it on pole, Chaz. I would implode.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible for sure. I have no idea what Oscar has done before at the Hungaroring. I'd have to check, but I know Lando was very quick there last year. So, yeah. If they're not on pole, they'll definitely be second best team. There's no doubt about that around that track. But one last thing I wanted, or a couple last things I wanted to get into was also Williams. What a weekend they've had. Alex Albon is 8th on the grid. Do you think Williams are just especially quick at this track, or do you think this is genuinely car improvements that have got them to this place that might see them do this consistently?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. Like this circuit where we're on the throttle so much of the lap, it's going to suit the Williams, of course, which does like quite a bit of downforce. But when you messaged me about Albon and and Williams on Friday. I think I couldn't believe what was going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, them looking after their tyres and that come the race is another thing. But yeah, certainly encouraging to see Williams, and I mean it's just nice to see more and more teams getting closer and closer to the front. I mean, as Toto said, the regulations are working if you go from P2 to P9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the top 10 outside, again, if you forget Verstappen, it's very close right now. And it's just going to continue getting like this probably until September, and then after that we probably won't see any position changes through the field. Maybe we'll see a couple upgrades from one of the lower down teams who have a bit more extra wind tunnel time. But yeah, really September is when we'll see that come to a close. But it really does set us up for an exciting second half of this season, and obviously next year and the year after, because the regulations are pretty much the same until the end of 2025. And one last thing, how disappointing have Aston Martin been? Alonso 9th on the grid, and they just haven't been quick all weekend. What do you think the issue is? I think it's lack of development because they just haven't really kept up with the rate of development of other teams. Do you think this is just a one-off, or do you think Aston Martin have just fallen quite a bit down in the pecking order?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to say that just they haven't kept up with upgrades. And they talked a big game about bringing as many upgrades as they could when they had more wind tunnel time available to them. And well, yeah, it's not really worked out. I do think it could be a little bit of a one-off because we saw in Barcelona they were absolutely nowhere. And this could just be another case of that. And I think also, once again, it has to do a little bit with the Mercedes power unit. But is that Damien Lewis?
yeah, performing the national anthem. He was in the paddock yesterday doing like with a band in like one of the paddock areas, entertainment areas, doing like a small little concert after the race as well.
Righto.
Yeah, just crazy. But I think yeah, with definitely with the Mercedes powered teams around a higher speed track, if they're not doing so great, obviously that doesn't help. It doesn't help that they haven't got the power to rescue them, which of course a team like Ferrari definitely have that advantage at times. But yeah, we've got a very exciting grid. And one last thing actually to get your thoughts on. Sergio Perez. What do you think?
Hang on. Let me get up a quote from a certain former Australian driver.
Oh, I saw that.
just before. Mark Webber is unimpressed by Sergio Perez's comeback drives. Anyone can gain positions in the races. Even I can do that, even though I'm an old fart now. And well, I tell you what, Webber did do that on the very odd occasion where he had a bad qualifying. I remember there was a Chinese Grand Prix where he went from 18th to 3rd.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Webber was able to do it. But I must say, I do feel a little bit sorry for Perez on this occasion. What were Red Bull thinking putting him at the start of the queue?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Like, that was pretty poor, I thought. I can understand, obviously, not wanting him to be put out last because, he could miss the checkered flag. But, yeah, I just found it very odd for him to be at first in the queue on an improving track where you have one lap. Like it. Yeah, I thought it was actually pretty poor by Red Bull.
Yeah.
But still, Perez is not helping himself here.
No, he's not at all. His performances at the minute are pretty poor. I mean, even though in like Austria, for example, he had obviously a good race, but his pace compared to Max was still quite poor. He was still losing way too much time per lap, even in clear air at the Red Bull Ring in the race. And even in the sprint race, I know it was wet, but Max, he beat Perez by like 22 seconds over like 21 laps or something. his pace is just nowhere near where it was at the start of the season. I just don't understand. Again, I know after Miami there probably was a bit of a confidence loss, but that doesn't explain this type of loss of form. Maybe the loss of form in a couple races, but not this many in a row. Is completely, everything has completely dropped from Sergio Perez, and we'll see how he does in the race today. Will benefit, of course, from the fast Red Bull car, but yeah, we'll see how he gets on. But yeah, British Grand Prix, guys. The formation lap will be underway in just about 10 minutes' time. That's Lewis Hamilton just talking with his father, Anthony, as he, I think he's just now getting into his Mercedes car, of course, starting from P7. There's a bit of cloud cover now coming over the circuit. The circuit not going to be as warm as we saw previously. But yeah, it should be a fun race to a certain extent. I'm not going to sit here and say definitely this is going to be a classic, but it should be a very interesting Grand Prix. And as I talked about earlier, Pirelli, according to them, a 2-stop and a 1-stop, and even using the soft tyres today could be really the quickest strategy. So there's many options on strategy for what the teams could do, which obviously will make things interesting. Right, one final thing, actually, before I come back to the chat. Nib, what is your top 5 race prediction?
No. Why? Bro, I've only watched qualifying. Why? This is such a difficult one. Oh, you're going to have to say Max in P1. I'm going to say... you know what? Why am I saying this? I'm going to say Leclerc in P2. Lando P3. Oscar P4. I don't know. Bloody John Jones in P5.
Yeah, it is hard to predict, I will admit. After Verstappen, it's going to be really close. But yeah, I've gone for, and I know you won't be pleased to hear this prediction, but I've gone Verstappen to win, Norris, and then Hamilton, Russell, and P5, Sergio Perez.
Oh, get out of town.
Yeah, I think...
What a load of crap.
I've got, what did I go for? I think Piastri 6th, and then Ferrari. The reason I've gone Ferrari 7th and 8th, again, is because their race pace on Friday was quite alarming compared to Red Bull and Mercedes. They were quite a few tenths of a second slower. So, I mean, we'll see. The conditions are not the same as Friday. Friday it was a lot hotter. Today is a bit fresher at Silverstone and way more cloud cover. So it could be different, no doubt about that. Yeah, we are just over 5 minutes away. And I'll just quickly read out a final couple comments. Just wanted to say quickly, we are on 93 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Let's get to 100 likes if we can before the race gets underway. And let's just read out a couple comments quick. Brabham says, I hope Oscar doesn't have reverse gear engaged at the start, unlike his manager Webber used to. I'm sure he'll be fine with that.
Come on, why have we got to bring that up?
Yeah. Yeah, Oscar, remembering his starts this season, normally tends to hold position a lot of the time, so that shouldn't be an issue.
And the only time he was gaining position, he got crashed by Ocon, I think it was, at Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it was on the in the first chicane. Let me find another comment quick. If I can. Can Brundle even walk up a flight of stairs now? He's not that old. Come on.
Jesus.
I mean, he don't go to every race, but yeah, he's still in fine form. Rooksfoot says Channel 4 have Webber and DC doing the grid walk. Much better than Brundle. Yeah, of course, Channel 4 doing the... they've got the race live today. And it was announced that Channel 4 will continue to have, I think, the same F1 rights they've got now, I think, until, is it end of 2026, I believe? So, yeah, that will continue on, which is good for people that obviously can't afford Sky. Right. Brabamoz, his prediction for the top 5 today. Max, Leclerc, Piastri, Sainz, and Norris. Let me just quickly end the poll in the chat before we get going into this race. And by the way, thank you very much for getting us over 100 likes. That is great to see. So I asked you guys, who is most likely to finish on the podium today at the British Grand Prix? And you guys have voted for Lando Norris with 39% of the vote. Leclerc second, 30% of the vote. Hamilton third, 22% of the vote. Piastri fourth, 7% of the vote. So, yeah, we will see whether that turns out to be true, whether Lando can secure a home podium. As the F1 intro now begins to play, I think we'll just get into a final couple things before start of this race. Quickly, the championship standings. Max Verstappen could get his championship lead up to 100 points after today's race. We'll see if he can. Sergio Perez way behind in second, 17 points clear of Alonso in third, with Hamilton 25 points behind Alonso in fourth, with Carlos Sainz fifth, Leclerc level on points with Russell, but Leclerc just ahead because of a better race result in sixth, Russell seventh, Stroll eighth, Ocon ninth, and Lando Norris in P10. He should go up again in the championship after today. And on the constructors' side, Red Bull 199 points clear of Mercedes. Mercedes, though, only 3 points clear of Aston Martin. So they do need to take advantage of Aston Martin's bad pace today and secure, really, at least 20 points to give themselves a good buffer. What's wrong?
I must interject. Medlin has just tweeted that it's starting to spit with rain.
Right, well, that could make things exciting for the start. I did see that there is a couple small showers around, so I don't think we're going to get a proper downpour. We might just get a minor shower lasting for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. We'll see what happens, though. You never know with the British weather. Ferrari, 4th in the championship. Alpine, 5th. McLaren, 6th. Haas, 7th. Alfa Romeo, 8th. Williams, 9th. And AlphaTauri, 10th. Positions definitely could change around after today's race. But let's go through your starting grid for today's British Grand Prix. On the front row for the first time here at Silverstone, it is Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. They were on the front row with each other a couple years ago in Austria. We'll see how the two best friends get on today. On the second row, Oscar Piastri, highest starting position in his Formula 1 career, alongside Charles Leclerc in 4th. On the third row, Carlos Sainz and George Russell. And then on the fourth row, Lewis Hamilton and Alexander Albon. This is actually the lowest starting position Hamilton has had at Silverstone since 2012, when he started from 8th, and he actually finished that day in 8th. And then completing the top 10, Fernando Alonso and the man who replaced him at Alpine, Pierre Gasly. Outside of the top 10, Nico Hülkenberg and Lance Stroll, who were actually teammates for a couple weekends here at Silverstone back in 2020. And then 13th and 14th, Ocon and Logan Sargent. Sergio Perez starts 15th, just ahead of the man who maybe, you never know, could replace him at Red Bull, Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri. On the penultimate row, it is Zhou Guanyu and Nick de Vries. And then on the final row of the grid, the two Scandinavians, Kevin Magnussen and Valtteri Bottas. Of course, Bottas disqualified from qualifying after a fuel sample was not able to be submitted to the FIA. There you go. That's your starting grid. Obviously, it will be a 52-lap British Grand Prix. I do expect most people to start on the mediums, but I could be wrong. And yeah, formation lap will be underway in about the next minute or so. That's all the drivers ready to go. Of course, we have had so many not just good British Grand Prix in the last few years, but absolute classics. So many memorable moments, so many memorable overtakes, and craziness really happening at Silverstone. Will today continue in that vein of form? As Verstappen gets his car now dropped down and gets his car going. And yeah, formation lap will be underway in just another few seconds' time. And Verstappen on the mediums. And right, so everyone on the mediums except for George Russell, who's on the soft, Hulkenberg on the hard, Ocon on the soft, Tsunoda on the soft, De Vries on the soft, and Bottas is on a hard compound tyre. Of course, probably about 3 or 4 laps into the race, I'll get the tyre data on screen. As the formation lap begins right now. As the camera there on the broadcast showing Lando Norris getting away on the grid. And yeah, about an hour ago, it was a lot hotter than it is now. A lot more cloud cover. And the chance of rain, there is a much better chance of rain, I think, probably towards the end of this race. But it should be dry, maybe except for the very small shower. As now Verstappen and the two McLarens are already coming up to the end of the first sector.
I did see on Twitter, Chaz, that there was a 40% chance of rain for this race now.
Yeah, I had to look at the weather as well beforehand, and yeah, it looked about that as well. I think, if I remember yesterday, it was about the same chance, so we'll see. It's, again, I don't think we're going to see a proper downpour that forces, like, intermediate tyres, but I think it's more likely just to be a couple small showers. But you never know what could happen. As Verstappen coming to the end of the Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel section and completing the middle sector on this formation lap. And now into, or on the hangar straight now, as there is quite darker clouds around. And there is definitely rain in that area of the UK, but whether it will hit the circuit or not, we will see.
Yeah, you can really see it.
Yeah, it looks quite bad in the distance. As record attendance this weekend at the British Grand Prix, 480,000 people. And despite people complaining about the massive rise in prices, still people show up. No point complaining if you're all going to buy it and show up anyway. As Verstappen and Norris now onto the starting grid. They're just slowly cruising up to their grid spots. Verstappen now on pole. Lando just lining up in second. McLaren have not had this good of a grid position at Silverstone before. I think since probably 2007, 2008. It's been that long since they've had such a good grid position at this particular track. Of course, many of the 480,000 are McLaren fans. As the cars now line up. And the last car on the grid will be Valtteri Bottas. Alongside Kevin Magnussen. So, normally, the British Grand Prix delivers a classic. Will we get one today at Silverstone? The lights are on. It's 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And it's go at Silverstone, and Max Verstappen has not got that good of a start. Piastri gets a great one, but Lando Norris leads at Silverstone. Verstappen tucks in behind and is in second. And Norris leads for McLaren. Verstappen, though, still having a look as Hamilton off the track at turn 3 and another couple cars as well. As Piastri crawling all over the back of Verstappen as they now come down the straight towards the end of the first sector. And Piastri even thinking about going around the outside, but thinks better of it. As there is a Mercedes, I think, of George Russell on the soft tyre up to 5th. As Piastri gets a great run on Max through Luffield And they're side by side coming to Copse corner. Will Piastri go up the inside? He tries it, but Max takes the outside line and goes through in second place. What a start for McLaren as they are... Oh, there's some cars side by side in the background, but they are just about starting now to settle down. So it's Norris leading, Verstappen second, Piastri third, Leclerc fourth, and Russell fifth. And then I think it is Sainz in sixth. Alonso's had a good start. He is up to P7. Hamilton has had a disaster on the first lap. Don't know quite what position he's in. He's in ninth place. What a bad start for him. So Gasly 8th, Hamilton 9th, Albon 10th. That's your top 10 as they begin lap 2 out of 52. And we're now settling in here at Silverstone.
Chaz, I'm absolutely shattered at that. Piastri had a ridiculous start. If it was just a normal straight down to turn 1, he would have been in the lead.
Yeah, it was that start he got was so good, and like you said, it's quite narrow as you head down into the first corner, and that's what we've seen cause collisions in the past. But looking good now. He's just settling down. He's not too far behind Verstappen, only about 6 or 7 tenths of a second behind, as Lewis Hamilton has passed Pierre Gasly. The Hamilton up to 8th, and then you've got Gasly 9th, Albon 10th, Stroll 11th, Ocon is 12th, Tsunoda has had an amazing start, he's up to 13th, and then you've got Hulkenberg 14th, terrible start for him, Perez 15th, Sargent 16th, De Vries 17th, Zhou in 18th, Bottas 19th, and Magnussen 20th as they come back onto Hangar Straight, and Hamilton really harrying his old teammate Fernando Alonso. Of course, they were teammates in Hamilton's first year here at Silverstone, where Hamilton started on pole that time. He's got a lot of work to do if he's going to get that podium, as Lando Norris now builds the gap up to 1 second. So a really good pace from Lando Norris, and looking good for McLaren right now. Of course, in first and third. Let me just now try and do the tyre data. So let me just replace some of these. As here's a replay of the start, Nib. Once you get to it, I'll let you take it through.
Yeah, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. I tell you what, that is the good thing about you being ahead, though, is I can really pay attention to certain things that have happened.
Yeah.
So then I can go back through it. But Piastri had an absolutely ridiculous start. I mean, he seriously would have been into the lead. I mean, Lando did a very good job to actually block off the inside, as Perez actually went off at the first corner, which is why he's all the way still down in 15th. And Hamilton, it looked like he locked up, or he outbroke himself there and went straight off at the second corner. And on board with Verstappen, he had a honking start. Very lucky to keep P2 in the end, but it was a great battle with him and Piastri throughout the lap up until Copse, where Piastri ultimately backed out of the move up the inside at Copse corner. But what a start for McLaren, and what a start by Lando Norris. I mean, he was already alongside. I felt within about 50 metres of off the line there, Chaz. It was such a good start.
Yeah, it was such a good launch from both McLaren drivers. But as we now begin lap 4, Max Verstappen a lot closer to Norris now, just half a second. And quite a few cars tucked up behind Verstappen as well. So a bit of a train now forming behind the McLaren of Lando Norris on lap 4 of 52. Of course, the Red Bull, one of the quickest, if not the quickest, you could argue at times, in a straight line, especially with DRS open. Just wanted to update that we've got Ocon on the soft compound, and also down the field, Nick De Vries on the soft, Bottas on the hard, and all the tyres displayed on my end on this stream are correct. So, lap 4 of 52. Lando Norris leads from Verstappen second, Piastri third, Leclerc fourth. Russell 5th. Leclerc has actually dropped over a second behind Piastri. So Leclerc's lost the DRS advantage as Max really starting to get close to Lando Norris now, but not close enough into Stowe Corner to overtake. As they're just coming through the final chicane now. But McLaren, their pace looking good, even though obviously Max is looking very quick. We expected Max to have the best pace out there, and it's really proving to be the case now. As Leclerc, yeah, it's just starting to drop back now. As Max, through turn 3 and 4, getting a bit of dirty air effect, causing him to understeer. But he looks a lot closer this time. As he comes through turn 5, will he go for a move down into turn 6? Lando's not even going to defend because he knows that Max is way too quick. As Max Verstappen takes the lead of the 2023 British Grand Prix. And as long as he holds Lando back into Copse Corner, as Lando gets a great run on Verstappen, Verstappen should maintain the lead, and he does. But McLaren looking great. Their pace looks already very good compared to the rest, as Sergio Perez is up to 14th ahead of Nico Hülkenberg. So, yeah, there you go. Verstappen into the lead. And Piastri now right on Norris's tail. Also on the tail of someone is George Russell on Charles Leclerc. Leclerc defends very late through Stowe Corner, and Ferrari, I've got to say, really do not look quick. As Russell, is he going to go down the inside into turn 16? He thinks about it, but Leclerc too late on the brakes, and they continue on. Remember, Russell on the soft tyre, so clearly that tyre working well for him. Ferrari just really struggling for pace. As Russell tries to close down into turn 3. Hamilton all over the back of Alonso now in the background, as Russell says on the radio, if that's not moving under braking, I don't know what is. I have to say I do agree with that. Leclerc moving around a bit too much. Under braking as Hamilton forces Alonso to defend, as they are now coming through to Luffield, and Hamilton has the outside line and gets a good exit from Luffield. And Hamilton, no, he's not going to be close enough going into Copse. He's not really gaining anything in the slipstream. It stays as it is. But Alonso clearly is not very quick. Aston Martin are not quick, and Hamilton has to overtake him really now, because he's losing way too much time to the cars ahead, as Leclerc has now dropped to 3 seconds behind Piastri, as Norris and Piastri are sticking with Verstappen. Norris is now only 4 tenths behind, as they just went through Stowe Corner there, as McLaren just telling Lando that Oscar has been told to hold position. He's holding position. We go together. As Hamilton having another look at Alonso into the final chicane, but nothing going. And yeah, Hamilton losing so much time as they now begin lap 7 of...
Well, it's absolutely the correct decision by McLaren to make Lando and Oscar hold position whilst everyone's squabbling behind to build that gap. It's just the right thing to do.
Yeah, and well, if both McLarens can keep DRS, that'd really help, as well as Hamilton right up behind Alonso and overtakes him with DRS into turn 6. And Lewis Hamilton is up to 7th and can now push after Sainz and that three-way fight for 4th, as Leclerc continuing to struggle in 4th place. So Hamilton is up to 7th. Sergio Perez has overtaken Tsunoda. So Perez is up to 13th. And hold on. So yeah, Perez up to 13th, and then Tsunoda on the soft tyre in P14. So there you go. And that's a replay of Perez overtaking Hülkenberg at turn 5, and Hulkenberg damaging a small part of his front wing on the I think the rear, and then the debris flying off. So Hulkenberg's in trouble, probably needs to come in for a new front wing, and yeah, he's lost the end plate on his front wing. So Hulkenberg needs to box. And I think has now just been overtaken by Logan Sargent. He has. And Hulkenberg actually now into the pit lane. He's not going to lose too much from that, though, because he'll be able to undercut his way back into the action. As we're now on lap 8. Max has broken over a second clear now of the McLarens. So Max looking all good now. And Hulkenberg will be down to 20th. And Lewis Hamilton immediately has pulled over a second clear of Alonso. And Alonso has now got Pierre Gasly all over the back of him. Aston Martin are incredibly slow. And Lance Stroll is not too far back. Go on.
Yeah, when they're on board with Hamilton behind Alonso, it just looked like Alonso had no grip at all.
Yeah, compared to the Mercedes, it was like a midfield car versus a front-running car. It was not really close between the two. Alonso really struggling now. As Sargent, obviously on the medium, De Vries on the soft, Zhou at the back on the medium, Bottas on the hard, Magnussen on the medium, and Hulkenberg has come out on mediums as well, as we are now on lap 9 of 52. We're not that far away from the first round of pit stops, especially for George Russell on the soft tyre. He's probably going to be pitting in the next 10 laps, so he really needs to overtake Charles Leclerc to help his race, as Russell DRS wide open, but still too far behind Leclerc. It's Hamilton about 2 seconds behind Sainz. Carlos Sainz has now dropped over a second behind Russell. And yeah, close fights going on throughout the field, and also not too far behind Alonso. You've got Albon 1.2 behind Gasly, and then Stroll within a second of Albon. So a 4-way fight then. Ocon is not too far back, and actually has got now Sergio Perez for company within a second of him. As Lando Norris and McLaren really competitive. Lando has now got back within a second of Verstappen and has just had DRS activated down the Hangar Straight. So McLaren very quick here. As Max about to begin lap 10, and McLaren are really having a great race. And Piastri is about 9/10 or about second now behind his teammate. Needs to make sure he keeps within a second so he can gain that DRS advantage. As we're on now lap 10 of 52. As Esteban Ocon, who started on the soft tyre, has pitted. So he is the first to trigger the pit stop phase. I mean, Hulkenberg did pit first, but that was out of kilter slightly with the rest. So Ocon is down to 19th place. And I would imagine we'll go on to a set of mediums as... Oh, no! Ocon looks like he's out of the race. As the mechanics there not doing any work onto the car. So it looks like Ocon is out. As Hamilton, just a replay on lap 7 of him overtaking Fernando Alonso. And it was an easy overtake. Alonso didn't even defend because he knows he doesn't have a car to fight. And the British crowd, of course, absolutely loving that. And yeah, Ocon is out of the race. And more reliability problems there at Alpine, as we're on pretty much now lap, or about to be lap 11. Now we are out 52, as Max has now pulled over a second clear of Lando Norris. I think, though, Red Bull will be surprised just how quick McLaren are right now. giving them a much harder race than they expected.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen earlier on in this season, I think it was Alonso at Saudi Arabia was able to hang within the DRS range of Perez. But for it to be the McLaren's hanging within the DRS of Verstappen, I think is a whole nother level of good performance by McLaren.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been doing it for quite a long time.
Red Bull are expecting some lightish rain in the next few minutes.
Right, we'll keep our eyes on that. Just want to update that, yeah, the final two runners are now the two Haas's, and Esteban Ocon is out of the race, unfortunately. He's had a bad weekend. He's not really been quick at all, but that is not going to make his weekend any better, as, yeah, definitely there is rain in the distance. We'll see whether it comes. As Gasly within a second of Alonso still, and closely following. Got to say, Hamilton has not really roared off into the distance compared to Alonso like I expected, and is not really catching Carlos Sainz very quickly. So, yeah, Mercedes not as quick as I thought. But we're not even halfway through the race. We've still got another 40 laps left at Silverstone. We're not even in really to the first pit stops here. As Sergio Perez flat through turn 1, and he's now stuck really in a DRS train, or kind of in a DRS train behind Stroll, Albon. As Mercedes telling Russell, we're tracking the rain, but it's going to miss us on the radar. And Russell saying, wouldn't be so sure about that. There are drops on the visor. It's probably him sweating again. I'm not sure it is actually rain. Sorry, that was too good of an opportunity to pass up. As he's still, Russell, within a second of Leclerc, now about 8 tenths behind, 7 tenths behind. He's doing well, is Russell, on that tyre. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Mercedes do with the strategy. They are probably going to do a two-stop race with Russell. Maybe it'll be a two-stop race for everyone, but definitely with Russell, it'll be a two-stopper. And we'll see when Mercedes decide to trigger the first pit stop. Should be between now and lap 20. A Sergio Perez up the inside of his ex-teammate Lance Stroll, and he's up to 11th on lap 13 of 52. So Perez making, considering the pace of the Red Bull so far in this race, good progress, because Max is still not that quick compared to the McLarens. He's now pulled the gap up to 2.2 seconds, but we've had 13 laps, so I would have thought it'd be a lot bigger than that. As Gasly still closely following Fernando Alonso. I think what might be happening, as we've got a bit of a lull here, I think people are just trying to look after their tyres and extend the life of their tyres, because of course...
Christ. Sorry, our bowlers have nearly killed each other after taking a wicket.
Oh, right. No problem. Of course, Pirelli did forecast possibly a two-stop race today, but we have to remember the pit lane loss here is one of the worst on the calendar. So ideally, if you can, you don't want to be pitting twice. So maybe that's what the drivers out there trying to do. Just go a bit longer than the Pirelli forecast, as Russell's still within a second of Leclerc, but he's not making any impression on him, really. Neither is, to be honest, Pierre Gasly. Encouraging pace, though, from Alpine. They look a lot quicker today than they looked on Friday or Saturday, as they're racing hard for 8th. As Max saying, wind is making it difficult to drive at the minute. Of course, wind, always an issue here. Used to be a RAF base in World War II. It's windy every day at Silverstone, no matter how nice of a day it is. As Gasly still just a few tenths behind Alonso on lap 14. But, right, so Max, just to update, so as we've actually, who is this? I thought it was Hamilton then for a second, it's Russell. Verstappen is now 2.7 clear of Norris. Piastri is about 2 seconds behind Lando now, and then Piastri is about 3.5, nearly 4 seconds clear of Leclerc. Russell within a few tenths of Leclerc, obviously, as Russell gets a swapper on a bit through Cop's corner. And then you've got Carlos Sainz about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds behind Russell. Hamilton another couple seconds back. And then another couple seconds behind him is Alonso, who's got Gasly right on his tail. And Hamilton actually 3 seconds behind Sainz and Mercedes are not as quick as I thought they'd be. And then about, nearly 2 seconds behind Gasly is Albon, and just over a second behind Albon, Sergio Perez. And Perez has not really made an impression on Albon since he overtakes Stroll. So Albon is his pace is very strong out there. As there is Pep Guardiola in the Mercedes garage, sat next to, or stood next to Toto Wolff. That's your favourite two team bosses there, Nib.
Yeah.
As Verstappen now over 3 seconds clear of Norris, as Yuki Tsunoda, who started on the soft tyre, decides to come in. And he should come out in, it should be 18th place. Not sure if Hulkenberg's been able to gain much time pitting earlier. So Tsunoda in 18th, and Tsunoda now on the hard compound tyres. So AlphaTauri going to try and go quite a bit longer into this race if they can than how they went with the first stint. But let me just update the tyres quickly. So you've got Bottas also out there on the hard tyres, not looking... not looking good at all, really. I mean, Alfa Romeo are shit slow, so it's not really notable, their pace. Doesn't matter what tyre they're on. And then you got Zhou on the medium, De Vries on the soft, and Sargent now up to 13th on the medium compound tyre. And we are now on lap 16 of 52, and Max Verstappen out front is 3.2 seconds clear of Lando Norris, as Piastri has just cut the gap down to Norris by a tenth or two, about 1.7 seconds, and Piastri now about 4 seconds clear of Leclerc, as George Russell now right on the tail of Leclerc, just 0.2 of a second behind. Don't know why we're not looking at that right now, as we're still looking at Gasly and Alonso racing over 8th. But, yeah, it would be great if they could just show Leclerc and Russell, here we go. And, yeah, a lot closer into Copse, but just still not close enough. Mercedes just haven't got the straight line speed to get themselves ahead of Ferrari here. And that is really costing them. As surely Russell will be coming in very soon. And given that he is clearly quicker than Leclerc, and Mercedes are quicker than Ferrari, as he's going to go for it into Stowe, is he? Leclerc defends to the middle, and Russell gets a better run out of Stowe, but not really that much better. And yeah, surely Mercedes have got to be now thinking of an undercut, because they're losing just too much time now when you've got McLaren comfortable in second and third. As Sergio Perez has just overtaken Alex Albon for 10th on lap 17 now of 52. And here's a replay of Perez passing Albon. Not a surprise, of course, a Red Bull way quicker than the Williams. And didn't gain a whole lot in a straight line. Obviously, Albon let him go through eventually, because he's not fighting Perez. But the Williams still incredibly fast down those straights. Now still, Leclerc, Russell, close for one another in the battle for fourth. And I think really this race is going to come alive when we get the first round of pit stops for everyone, because we're just in a holding pattern really at the minute. As just trying to see if we've got any position changes at the minute, and no, still as is. As Oscar Piastri slightly gaining again on Norris. Now brought it down to about a second and a half, or he did for a moment. So Oscar still looking very good. And both McLarens still pulling away quite comfortably by 2 or 3 tenths a lap from Leclerc in fourth. So McLaren, with the pace shown at the minute, McLaren are heading really for second and third, because nobody else out there is anywhere near their pace. As we're now on lap 18. And, yeah, remarkable pace from McLaren. We have seen a few times, though, in the last, 2-3 years, false dawns with them, where they'll be really quick in qualifying and just not have the race pace to maintain it. Clearly, though, this car, with these upgrades, they can be quick in any session, whenever they want. And still, Lando, not that far behind Max, given we've had now 17 full laps. He's only 4 seconds behind Verstappen. Very impressive from McLaren. As Ferrari say we're thinking of plan B. Carlos says, what was plan B? I forgot. And then his engineer says, I'll let you know. Probably forgot, because Ferrari have got about a million different plans that he probably has to go through.
To be fair, every team does. But respectfully, Chaz, can someone do something?
Yeah, I know. It's it just feels like I said, everyone's just managing their tyres, and it just feels like we're waiting for those pit stops. But I think now it's going to come alive, just as you said that, because Charles Leclerc pits from 4th place. Let's see where he comes out, because if he comes out in some traffic, then Mercedes might box at the end of lap 19, and he comes in for a set of hard tyres. To be fair, the hard tyres are not really looking that great for the people that are running them, so bit of a surprise that. But he comes out in between Lance Stroll and Logan Sargeant in a lot of clear air, so Leclerc should keep the net 4th place. Let me just update that Leclerc is now down to 12th, and yeah, is on the hard compound tyre, and just ahead of Logan Sargeant. And given he started Leclerc on the medium, he doesn't have to pit again, and you would imagine Ferrari are probably, that's what they're sticking with, is a one-stop strategy. But we do know that they are not the best team at looking after their tyres, so maybe they'll try a 2-stop if things aren't working. As Gasly still sticking with Max Verstappen. As Max says, I saw a Ferrari pit, I guess we just stick to our strategy. And then his engineer says, yes, no concern for the moment, Max. Of course, the drivers, they do watch the race when they can on the TV screens located around. As we're now on lap 20 out of 52. And nobody responding to Leclerc's pit stop. So we'll see what these others do. To be honest, for Russell, it would probably be better for him to go a few laps longer if he can, without losing too much pace, because that's probably the best way he's going to beat Leclerc in this race. As Lewis Hamilton is now about just over 1.5 seconds behind Sainz. So Hamilton is gaining on Carlos, but still not as quick as I thought he would. As Max Verstappen out front, about 4.4 seconds clear of Lando Norris on lap 20. And according to AWS, if Russell was to pit, he would come out literally neck and neck, or just behind, rather, Leclerc, as McLaren asks Lando, how many laps can you do at this pace? And Lando says, I'm happy, it's consistent, I can maintain this pace. That is great to hear. Because really, again, ideally because of the pit lane loss, the massive pit lane loss here, you want to do a one-stop race, but obviously you want to pit as late as you can for that first and only pit stop. You don't want to be carrying around dead tyres at the end, because then you'll just get passed by everybody. As Max on lap 21 continues on. As we've got nearly 30 laps left. But as you said, Nib, yeah, there's nothing. I mean, since like the first 5 laps, nothing really has happened. We're just waiting. Like I said, for everyone to make their first pit stop, as McLaren look like they're ready and, or maybe ready and waiting. Charles Leclerc, I don't think had the best outlap, but he is now starting to do some good or better sectors. But Leclerc's pace on that hard tyre is not that great. Not as good as I expected on fresher tyres, I have to say. That might have been a mistake by Ferrari. And of course, he's got to make his way through probably some traffic. As Lewis Hamilton has closed up again another couple tenths, and he's now just 1.3 seconds, now 1.2 behind Carlos Sainz. So that might be a battle to look at in a couple laps' time, as we're now on lap 22 out of 52. And yeah, everybody else staying out on track. Where's Brad Pitt when you need him, hey? That's what we need right now. We need a right flip of the script. Thank God.
With the fake data.
Yeah, I saw that, the data screen they had.
Yeah.
I will say, thank God he did not do any running with the cars on the formation lap, because I did hear rumours about that on Friday, that he was, I think, was it Kim Illman said he was going to lead the formation lap, which I thought was bullshit anyway.
Well, yeah. Kim's freaking waffling. What does he know?
But yeah, thank God they've not been
Bloody
as
weird cunt, that bloke.
Yeah, he's definitely a bit strange. The only thing I like about him is he's got some good tips on his website for if you ever attend any races you've never been to, in terms of what to look out for, or what the place is like. But other than that, yeah, as Max Verstappen staying out, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:32.1. So his tyres are fine, and I think everyone is coping with their tyres a lot better than they previously expected, probably except the Ferrari team, as Lewis Hamilton just over a second behind Sainz, just 1.1 seconds as they brake hard now for turn 3. And I get a feeling that Hamilton is going to try and make a move on Carlos in the next few laps. But got to say, Hamilton, his pace compared to his teammate, really not good. He's nearly 5 seconds behind his teammate. And really, Mercedes' pace is quite poor. Russell is 5 seconds behind Piastri. And then a further 2.2 behind Norris. So, I mean, it's not a massive gap, but compared to McLaren, they're not really on the same level. Again, relative to Red Bull, better than before, but compared to McLaren, yeah, they're not in the same race as them, really. And really, the race at the minute is the top 3, Verstappen, Norris, and Piastri, trying to secure those positions. And then really Mercedes versus Ferrari for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. And then Aston Martin trying to desperately hang on ahead of the rest. That's really what the race is. As Verstappen has now begun lap 24 out of 52. Charles Leclerc in 12th. Again, his pace is really not that great on a fresher tyre. He's 1.4 seconds behind Stroll. He's gaining on Stroll, but just not very quickly. And I did say when he made that pit stop, I'm surprised they went to the hard tyre, because the other people on the hard tyre don't look very quick. Bottas has started on the hard tyre, and he's been consistently about 2 seconds behind his teammate for the whole race. So the hard tyre rarely not working compared to the softer tyres. Of course, these tyres quite a bit harder this weekend than what we saw in Austria, and the tyres from now on are of a different construction because Pirelli were caught out at the start of the season by the pace of the cars. So there's been a slight redesign there, so maybe that's just catching Ferrari out. It's on board with Charles Leclerc, and he's just over a second behind Stroll, but yeah, his pace is not too great. And yeah, if Russell can just go another few laps on his soft tyres, which are really coping well here, then he is going to have much fresher tyres and much better pace at the end of this race compared to the Monegasque. As we're on now lap 25. Hank M, our McLaren updates still work from James Key? No, it's not because of James Key. He left the team in, I think, February. James Key is probably responsible for most of the McLaren car you saw in Bahrain, but since then, yeah, they've new design team, and I think over the winter decided to go in a different direction with their design because they figured out that, I think they finally figured out what they needed to do to improve, and that's why they got rid of James Key, who will be starting at Alfa Romeo in September. As talking of Alfa Romeo, Zhou Guanyu pits and should come out in 18th place. So Zhou down to 18th. Let me just update what tyre he is on. And it should be, and it is, a hard compound tyre. And then Tsunoda on the hard, Magnussen on the medium, and Bottas, of course, on the hard. As we're now on lap 26, as Charles Leclerc now on the hanger straight, within a second of Stroll. Will he go for the overtake? Yes, he will. Stroll just lets him go. And Charles Leclerc is up to 11th place. But again, if you're a Ferrari fan, I wouldn't be very positive right now because his pace is not very good. And he's going to have quite a bit older tyres at the end of this race. Leclerc up to P11 on hard compared to the medium. For Stroll, as so we're halfway, of course, through this British Grand Prix. Just want to say, guys, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every race, and we'll be doing the same, of course, for Hungary in 2 weeks. And for everyone watching right now, smash that like button to support the channel. We're currently on 129 likes. Let's try and get up to 150 in total likes by the end of the Grand Prix if we can. It'd be great if we could do that. As Carlos Sainz has been told to box, as Hamilton just crept within a second of him. A Ferrari going first out of the top teams with their first pit stop. As Max Verstappen now 7 seconds clear of Lando Norris. On lap 27, and here comes Carlos Sainz, and surely Ferrari will not put on. Well, actually they will, because I have to do obviously a one-stop race from here. So it'll have to be the hard tyre, even though the hard isn't working that well. And actually today, it feels like the overcut is working better than the... or it's not working better, but it's a lot stronger today than the undercut. As Carlos Sainz makes his pit stop and comes out in 12th place in between Stroll and Sargent, just like his teammate did. Carlos Sainz down to P12. And I'll just update that he's on the hard compound tyre. As, right, so yeah, Leclerc on the hard, obviously. Stroll on the medium. And then Sainz on the hard.
Can we put like an old classic race on so we can actually talk about something that's exciting? This is shit.
I know. It's very, very boring. But you never know. Late safety car, you never know what could happen. It could make this come alive.
We need some rain on lap 44. Like is it 2017?
Oh, yeah, I think it was 20... Yeah,
17 or 18. One of those years.
I think, yeah, it was... it was around that time, a few years ago. The spice
I'm surprised you can't remember. What's wrong with you?
Are you talking about...
You always remember.
Are you talking about when Williams were leading 1 and 2? Is it that race?
No. When it rained. When it rained and Hamilton won because it actually rained. When it started raining on lap 44.
Oh, yeah, it was that race. 2015. Yeah, it was that race. It was, yeah, because Williams were 1 and 2 at the start, and then blew that, and then, yeah, Hamilton pitted, I remember, for Inters, and then it started raining as soon as he left his pit box. I think it was that year. Pretty sure it was that year.
I'm having a look. I'm trying to find out.
As Lando Norris, just a slow-mo there. McLaren actually just told Lando that the hard tyre doesn't really seem to be working right now. And, well, I agree. Doesn't look very quick out there. So, really, for McLaren, the best thing for them to do is just stay out there for as long as they can. Then just do a final, I don't know, 15, 20 laps on the hard tyre. As George Russell now pits for Mercedes from the soft tyre to the medium. And that is the great thing about Russell starting on that soft, is now he doesn't have to go onto that hard tyre, which is not really performing well. As Leclerc down the pit straight through turn 1, it's kind of close. Russell is just going to come out ahead of Lance Stroll there in 9th place, as Sergio Perez has also pitted. So Perez is now on soft compound tyres. So Perez is now in 13th place. So Perez down to P13. And Russell is in 9th. And yeah, Russell now on the medium. Let me just update that. What do you call it? Leclerc is on the hard, Russell on the medium, Stroll on the medium, Sainz on the hard, and then Perez on the soft with Sargent on the medium. So that's how it is on lap now 30, as Oscar Piastri pits
hey!
at the end of lap 29. And what tyres does he go for? It's a set of...
It's the hard, so bring it out.
Yeah, hard compound tyres. And McLaren playing it safe, which there's nothing wrong with that. As Oscar comes out in 6th place. So, as also, Logan Sargent has pitted as well, as Carlos Sainz has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:31.9. So let me just update that Piastri is down to P6. He's on that hard compound tyre. Albon on the medium, of course, in 7th, and Leclerc on the hard in 8th. As we've also had a couple other cars pit. De Vries has pitted and Logan Sargent has pitted, and Sargent has gone on to the soft tyre. So let me just update all of this. The De Vries is now 17th. Here is I didn't actually see the Russell's pit stop properly, but yeah, they're just showing their replay, a slow pit stop by about 1.5 seconds by the Mercedes crew. As now Russell is right on the tail again of Leclerc, and again he's on fresher and softer tyres, and those softer tyres appear to be working a lot better today than the harder compound. So as Lance Stroll has been overtaken by Carlos Sainz. So, right, let me just update who is on what tyre compound. So, Lance Stroll is on the medium, Sainz on the hard, Perez on the soft, Bottas on the hard. And then you got Magnus on the medium as down to turn 6. Russell forces Leclerc to defend in the battle for P4. And Russell now sails round the outside of Luffield. And look at that. Just drove past him like he was in a different race. Completely different grip compared to the Ferrari. And he's up to and what should be really a net P4. What an overtake by Russell there. And now he's not too far behind Oscar Piastri. He's actually a bit closer, as Piastri, talking about that, is just overtaking there Pierre Gasly into Stowe corner. So Piastri now up to P5. Yeah, Russell now is closer to Piastri than he was before the pit stops.
Yes, I'm a little bit worried, Chaz, I won't lie. Especially after seeing the grip that Russell just had on that overtake. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, those, again, softer tyres look like they're working better. And Gasly going for the soft tyres. I did not expect this. The softer tyres to work well here. But again, new Pirelli construction. So clearly it's catching the teams out.
Yeah, well, Chaz, when you mentioned it in pre-race that they were expecting some soft tyres, maybe. Oh, I was like, "Are you serious? Around Silverstone?
Yeah,
are you okay?"
I was surprised.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, I remember. What was it, like 3 years ago, where around here, if you did like one lap on a soft tyre, you'd destroy your tyres. And now it's the complete opposite, as Lance Stroll was also pitted for soft tyres, and he's just come out right behind Magnussen, and he's now overtaken Magnussen as Kevin Magnussen's engine has come to a fiery end, and he stopped on the track. That is probably going to be a safety car. Yeah, probably a safety car. I don't think that'll be a... But, well, they've deployed the virtual safety car, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is upgraded to a full safety car. And obviously broke down Magnussen with a problem in qualifying, and his engine, Ferrari engine, of course, let go there. And this is really going to help the people who haven't pitted yet. Alex Albon has just pitted, and Charles Leclerc is pitting again. This is great for Ferrari to now undo the mistake of going onto hard tyres, as the top 4 were unable to make the pit lane because they had already gone past it. But they should still be fine to pit. as Leclerc comes out behind Albon and Perez jumps the pair of them. Right, so we're still under virtual safety car, so it's Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Alonso, Piastri up to 5th, and then Russell is 6th, Carlos Sainz is in 7th, and then you've got Perez 8th, with Albon 9th, Leclerc 10th. So that is your top 10. And there you go, full safety car. That should spice things up. And to be honest, I expect pretty much everyone to come in for a set of soft tyres. Because, that's really what the tyre compound needs to be for the rest of this race, with it working so well. As Max Verstappen pitting, Lando Norris pitting, and Hamilton and Alonso will pit as well.
Such unlucky timing for Oscar, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, they're going to rejoin ahead of him, but thankfully it's a full safety car, and he can regain that back. And Norris, what compound has he gone on to? Looks like a hard tyre there for Norris, which I've got to say is a very surprising decision.
That was a hard tyre, Chaz.
Yeah, that is a very bad decision. I have no idea why they've gone onto the hard. As Lewis Hamilton has put the soft on and comes out just ahead of Piastri in 3rd. The Piastri is up to 4th. But
stayed out.
Yeah, they did not pit Oscar Piastri. That and I don't understand.
Okay, so we've gone from who let them cook to what are they cooking? What?
I've no idea what they're on. It reminds me of Ferrari a bit last year. I have no idea what they're doing. Not just not pitting Piastri, but also with Lando. Why put him on the hard tyre when you clearly have seen that the hard isn't working?
Norris did inquire about the soft tyre even before. Yeah, Norris asked on team radio 4 minutes before the VSC, what do we think about the softs?
Yeah, and actually, do you know what's even funnier? I'm pretty sure in a team radio message, McLaren told Lando the the hard is not working as expected. So why the fuck did they go onto it then? That is stupid. They're going to lose positions now. Oh dear. So, and it's just a replay of Magnussen. And he's had a terrible weekend. He's had a terrible season, to be honest. And yeah, V6 Ferrari hybrid. Let go. On the first straight, or the DRS zone. First DRS zone heading down to Woodcote and Luffield. And Magnussen's car, I think, just about now, the process of removing it from the track is beginning. It won't affect the track, really, because he pulled well off the racing line. And any oil laid down will be really off the racing line, so it won't affect the track grip or anything like that. But yeah, Kevin Magnussen is your second retirement of the race. And we are now on lap 35 of 52. I will make sure, obviously, before we get going, to put on screen what tyres people are on. But I just want to make sure I get the order correct. This has been great, this safety car for Hulkenberg. Obviously broke his front wing at the start. But let me just put, Magnussen retired from the race. So, Verstappen, actually, what tyre is Max on? The soft? You're right, he's on the soft tyre. I was going to say, if he's on the hard, that'll make it interesting.
So, just quickly, Chaz, Norris asked what tyre did Mercedes have? said his engineer replied, Hamilton behind you has fitted a use soft, same Verstappen ahead of you. Norris said, lovely, yeah, wonderful man.
It's just such a stupid decision. Fernando Alonso, I think, has come out in 6th. Yes, he has, on the soft tyre he's on now. Also, I think Leclerc's on the soft, but Carlos Sainz is on the hard in 7th. So Sainz is going to suffer very badly on this restart. Perez is on the soft, but they're just slightly older than the ones I think that Hamilton, Alonso have. Shouldn't make a massive difference. And then I'm pretty sure Albon and Leclerc are on the soft tyres as well. Yeah, Gasly, really unfortunate for him because he pitted right before Kevin Magnussen's blow-up. And he's now down in 11th place. He's lost position to Alex Albon through that as well. So, yeah, not good for him. As the safety car stays out and we begin lap 36. But this definitely will be an exciting ending to what's been a pretty boring race up until this point. Because we've got quite a few different compounds on different teams. Rook has just told me Leclerc's on mediums. Which, I mean, it's not the worst tyre for him to be on. But don't really know why they didn't just put the soft on, because they do have Ferrari, like Red Bull, Mercedes, used sets of soft tyres. So I don't understand why they didn't just put a soft compound on. But we will see whether McLaren's decision to stick with the hard tyre will pay off. I don't think it will, unless for some reason the soft just suffers a real lack of grip. As Kevin Magnussen's car now being put onto the pickup truck, and probably a couple minutes it'll be fully removed from the circuit. So we'll probably be back underway at the end of lap 37. If I was to...
Fantastic for McLaren.
Yeah. It's so disappointing that they've done that, because they've been quite comfortably the second best team out there. No real, they've not really had to panic about anyone behind or even think about anyone behind. But now they're basically now in the position of what Leclerc was in under the safety car, where now it's just what position can I hang on to between now and the end. It's just such a shame that they've gone for this strategy. It really is. But just one update as well, that we've got Lance Stroll on the soft, Logan Sargent on the soft. Here's a replay of the start again, and I'm pretty sure everyone from Lance Stroll down is on the soft compound tyre. I think even Nick De Vries probably is. I will obviously check once they show it again. But, yeah. We will find out in a moment whether McLaren's gamble pays off. And to be honest, I hope it does pay off, because they deserve, really. Well, the drivers definitely deserve to be both on the podium. They've been comfortable up there, very quick. McLaren very quick, and they are quite possibly throwing away their, first podium, we have to remember, of the season. They haven't had a podium yet in 2023. That's seriously under threat now. Lap 37, safety car still out as they're going through Luffield. I'll let you know when the safety car is officially going to come in. As we can see there, Russell on the medium. Of course, Russell did pit a few laps ago, but he also should be in good nick here because obviously the two McLarens ahead on the hard. So Russell, I think, has a decent chance of, if not a pretty good chance actually, of finishing on the podium with his teammate. The Red Bull mechanics, quite relaxed. Well, as long as Max maintains the lead, they'll remain relaxed. Right, so yeah, Gasly as well, I've just seen, is on the soft compound tyre. So, everyone on soft tyres except for the two McLarens who are on the hard tyre. Carlos Sainz is on the hard tyre. And then you've got Russell and Leclerc on the medium tyre. As Sainz saying, we are status 4 until the end. Well, I think Ferrari telling that to Sainz and saying, Carlos saying, yeah, I'll push it to the end. I think Carlos knows there's probably a chance he's not going to finish in the points with him not pitting. As we begin lap 38. 38, still behind the safety car.
Take any longer.
I don't know why they didn't get underway, to be honest, already. Because pretty sure Magnussen's car is gone. And there you go. Official confirmation. Safety car in at the end of this lap. So we'll have 14 in total racing laps until the end, which is about the same as we had last year when the safety car came out. I think in between lap 30 and 40. Let's hope it is as exciting. As I have to say as well, the safety car did work out very well for Aston Martin. Alonso up to 6th and on the soft tyre, the third highest driver on that compound. So Aston Martin, to be honest, getting very lucky with that. But here's their chance to grab quite a few extra points out of race weekend where they've been terribly slow. And yeah, just FIA confirming that safety car is in this lap. And, well, obviously,
I don't have much to say, Chas, because I'm so bloody annoyed at what they've done.
I know. I mean, really, that's what we're going to be seeing now, is McLaren probably being overtaken by the others behind. As Verstappen, of course, with the rules we have, as Verstappen now becomes a safety car, no overtaking till the start-finish line. And Max decides to get on with it immediately through Stowe Corner. So the McLarens will be okay through these final corners of the lap. But Verstappen already building a good gap over the rest as we get back underway. And it's now lap 39 out of 52. And Hamilton all over the back of Lando Norris through turn 1. And he's not quite close enough to have a look into turn 3. But he's definitely close to Norris. And he gets a good run, Hamilton, through turn 4. And surely is going to attempt an overtake down to turn 6. Following in the slipstream through the dust there. And Hamilton, will he go for the outside line? He does. But Lando covers it off. But that now gives Hamilton the outside line for left field. Lando, though, forces his way around the outside to shut that door off. As Hamilton sits behind, now in the slipstream up to Copse Corner. Norris defending. And Hamilton thinks better of an overtake around the outside, but already applying the pressure. As the field is still the same. The only difference is Nico Hülkenberg has made up a couple places. And is up to 16th. As now they are on to the hangar straight. And in the background, we've got Perez right in the slipstream of Sainz. And he wasn't close enough, but he was very close when I looked on the hangar straight. as we've got Stroll and Gasly side by side into the final chicane. As we're now on lap 40, I'll let you know the result of that battle in a moment as Max Verstappen does the fastest lap of the race. And yep, Lance Stroll only just is ahead.
Oh, the sun's out.
Of Pierre
Come on.
Gasly.
Can the clouds go away? We want the sun out to warm up those beautiful hard tyres.
As Hamilton, not as close this time, but once that DRS gets activated, Norris is going to have to put on the best defensive effort ever to keep the position as Hamilton up the inside through left field. It looked like he got the position, but Norris had the extra grip around the outside. But Hamilton now has the inside line for Copse, but Lando pulls ahead and keeps the position. And yeah, it's going to be really tough for Lando to hang on. And like you said, those hard tyres need to warm up for McLaren to have a chance here. Thankfully, Piastri has got a decent gap between him and Russell. Piastri not under pressure as much as Norris is. As Russell saying, that McLaren is so quick on those hards. Impressive. Interesting for him to say that. And yeah, he's Piastri quite a few tenths ahead of Russell. Carlos Sainz has already fallen over a second behind Alonso, and it's got Perez just half a second behind him. Carlos under serious pressure now on lap 41, and DRS is now enabled as they fly all through turn 1. And no more position changes for the moment. And Lando looks a bit further ahead this time. Yeah, 8 tenths of a second clear. And Piastri the same. About 8, now 9 tenths of a second clear. So it does appear that those hard tyres are now starting to work for McLaren.
Yeah, the beautiful Great British sun is out, warming up that beautiful track. Come on.
It's helping McLaren as Russell, just there on the exit of Luffield, has dropped over a second behind Piastri. As here is Stroll. He's just been noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. And Gasly wants him to give the position back. And yeah, I would have to agree with that. Stroll did just about go off the track, but he did gain the position by doing so. As Hamilton down the hanger straight has DRS, and Russell does have DRS on Piastri, but the gap did again creep up to just over a second. So Piastri is very close to breaking that DRS of George Russell as they now begin lap 42 out of 52. And Max Verstappen out front is now 2.5 clear of Lando Norris. And Piastri, I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear, Nib, as now 1.1 seconds, now a second clear of Russell, and Russell has lost the DRS.
Yeah.
For now.
Stop that, yeah, massive Tory. Come on, Oscar.
As we're now looking at Sergio Perez, who's right up behind Sainz. Sainz, though, now within a second of Alonso, who is really struggling on those soft tyres now. So Aston Martin, even on the soft, doesn't have good pace. And look at that, Verstappen saying it doesn't really feel good, this tyre. He's still pulling away, though, from Lando behind.
Oh.
As Hamilton, about 3 tenths of a second behind Lando through Copse. Piastri, the gap did just go back under a second between Piastri and Russell, but it is at about 1 second through Maggots and Beckett's. But McLaren, this tyre gamble certainly looking better than I thought it would. As up to Stowe corner, Hamilton not...
They knew the sun was going to come out, Chaz. They knew.
all part of the master plan for McLaren. As Lando through the final chicane and is comfortably ahead of Hamilton. If Lando can break that DRS and just get over a second ahead, I'm pretty sure Lando will start to pull away by 2 or 3 tenths a lap because, yeah, Hamilton doesn't seem as quick as I expected. As Piastri doing a better job of that in 4th. And Piastri is only 1.8 1.5 seconds behind Hamilton. So if Lando can break over a second ahead, that would help Oscar Piastri possibly close the gap to Hamilton for third. As Hamilton closing in through Luffield, just not close enough. There's no further investigation for Lance Stroll there. I'm surprised at that.
Wow.
That looked a clear off the track overtake, but well, there you go. As as soon as it says that, they've now given a black and white flag to Stroll for track limits. Not quite sure what they're smoking up there in the steward's room. As Hamilton closing in towards Stowe Corner, but still can't get close enough. Hamilton getting very close through the first sector, though. That's really, if the overtake's going to happen, that's where it will happen, as Perez gets a brilliant exit from Stowe on Carlos Sainz. Will he send it? He does! And Carlos gives him the room, stays up the inside. Perez will try the undercut through the corner, and he gets the position done. And now here comes Alex Albon up the inside into turn one, and he's done it! Albon up to 8th in the Williams, and Sainz now got Leclerc all over him. And Leclerc should go round the outside. He does, and Sainz, just like that, is now down to P10. Wow. And you've now got Stroll all over the back of Sainz. As Sainz now tries to come back at his teammate, but Leclerc too quick. And Ferrari...
He's out of DRS, Chaz.
Yeah, he was just briefly there as Gasly. What a move on Lance Stroll round the outside at Luffield. And now right on the tail of Sainz. Up to Copse Corner. Will he send it? No, he won't. But Sainz now really struggling as Stroll tries to come back. And yet now Norris 1.3 clear of Hamilton. That is critical. Piastri over a second clear of Russell. They have held on. And they have broken Mercedes' hearts for now. So let me just update that we're on lap 44. We're actually about to be on lap 45. I forgot to tick it over. And we're actually now on 45. So let me just update that Pierre Gasly up to 11th place. And I'll just update that Carlos Sainz is, of course, on the hard compound. Leclerc, his teammate, on the medium. And then Perez and Albon. What a race he's having. In 8th place now for Williams on the soft. And it's obviously their 800th Grand Prix. And as it stands, Williams are going up to 8th in the championship. So it is critical that Albon hangs on for these last few laps. He's well over a second clear of Leclerc. Ferrari in 9th and 10th. There's Gasly round the outside of Luffield again. Oh, yes, he will. What a move by Pierre Gasly on Carlos Sainz. And he's up to 10th, but now has to defend as Carlos comes back into Copse Corner. And Sainz back up the inside. Brilliant racing. And he gets back into the top 10. But Gasly clearly loves that outside line at Luffield. He's mugging everyone off around that corner. As just seen Sergio Perez closing up to Alonso now for 6th. They go through Stowe. Perez still behind, but Perez now... it's going to be really hard, I have to say, for Alonso to keep Perez behind because that Red Bull is way quicker than the Aston Martin. As we're now on lap 46. Still 7 laps to go. As, the Alpine there of Pierre Gasly. I didn't quite see what happened to him, but he's broken his car. Looks like he's got a puncture or a suspension failure. What a shame for Pierre Gasly. And that's both Alpines out at Silverstone. That is a disaster.
Oh dear.
So Gasly... we'll just see in a moment why that happened. I just looked back and they cut to his onboard of his suspension having gone. Maybe he's been going over the curbs too hard.
Maybe a puncture, something, I don't know.
Maybe. To be honest, it looks more like a suspension because I can't see any tyres flat unless I wasn't looking close enough. But yeah, as so Lando Norris 3.2 behind Verstappen. He's kept the gap at that for the last couple laps. As Perez all over the back of Alonso into Stowe, and Perez up the inside, and he's up to 6th. Nothing Fernando could do. His car nowhere near the pace of the Red Bull. But we're now on lap 47 out of 52. And Lando now 2 seconds clear of Hamilton. Piastri 2 seconds clear of Russell. And it would be nice for Oscar if... Oh, that's what it was. So Stroll tried to overtake... So Gasly didn't have a great run through Stowe. Defended to the inside. Stroll went around the outside into the final chicane. And then hit Gasly. Pushed him off the track. And clearly that's broken something on Gasly's car. And that is under investigation, a collision between Gasly and Stroll, causing a collision. And yeah, looking at that, that is a clear 5-second penalty if I've ever seen one. He just rammed him off the track.
Oh, I think that should be a good penalty for the next race, Chaz. That's very, very poor.
Yeah, that's... I mean, obviously not deliberate, but it looked that way. It was that bad. It was horrendous there from Stroll and Lance.
This classic Stroll bozo moment.
Yeah, as Pierre Gasly has only just made it back to the pits. And I still presume that Gasly is out of the race unless it is a puncture, but I'm pretty sure it'll be a retirement for him. He may as well retire. And yeah, it's a retirement. So clearly it was a suspension failure once he got the knock from Stroll. And Lance Stroll's absolutely horrific season continues. He's currently in 11th. We've only got 5 laps to go. And honestly, I think Stroll has probably, you could argue, been one of the worst drivers this season. He's been absolutely horrendous as Lance this year. Right, so the top 6 really looks settled as they are. Looks like it is probably going to finish as they are. But Alonso now, under pressure from Mr. Albon in the Williams, who's just 7/10 behind him. We know how much of a rocket ship that Williams is. And he is within a second of Alonso. Alonso has dropped over a second behind Perez. And if he was Albon to overtake Alonso and finish in 7th, Williams would go up to 7th in the championship. That would be the highest they've ever been in the championship since 2017. 6 long years ago. As I've just seen, Hulkenberg actually is ahead of Tsunoda for 14th. Just to update that. Hulkenberg having a bit of a better race now as we're on lap 49. And Alonso still, though, getting some DRS assistance, I believe, from Perez ahead. So Albon just needs a bit of a drop off of pace from Alonso. So
Norris and Russell are 1 warning away from a penalty with the track limits.
Right, as just flashing up there on the broadcast now, track limit violation, black and white flag for Norris. Thankfully for them, only 4 laps left, so shouldn't be too hard really around this circuit. Not as difficult as Austria as we saw. Now we're looking at Charles Leclerc on the medium tyre, who is now within a second of Albon. So now a 3-way fight for 7th between Alonso, Albon and Leclerc. Can Ferrari rescue a few extra points than what they're heading for now? 9th and 10th for Ferrari at the minute. And then they're only heading for 3 World Championship points, whilst McLaren heading for 30. And as it stands, McLaren will go up to 5th in the championship ahead of Alpine. by, I think, 4 points or so. But there is still quite long to go with how close the gaps are through the field. As Albon now does have DRS on Alonso, and Alonso, thankfully for Albon, does not have any DRS from Perez. So Albon now will have one proper go at Alonso for 7th. And this really could be a massive day for Williams, as Leclerc also here just behind Albon, as we're on board with him, to try and snatch his position as well. As Lance Stroll, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Pretty obvious penalty there. But like you said, Nib, probably deserves a worse one than that, because it was just such a horrendous driving error.
It's ruined Gasly's race. It's taken him out the race.
I know.
It doesn't fit the crime.
I think, it's a good thing in certain areas, but also a bad thing where they have got standardized penalties. Because like you said, in cases where it's extremely poor, it deserves more than that. I mean, remember what was it, Russell on Sainz last year, where he put Sainz out of the race at the first corner, really, and I think he only got a 5-second penalty. Not sure really what they can do with the regulations, but like you say, they should try to change it in a way where they can punish more severe incidents of causing a collision rather than just a standard penalty, because that was horrendous from Lance. As now lap 51, Albon closing Alonso, but he's only got now 2 full laps to get 7th place. We will see whether he can do so. As Leclerc right on Albon's tail, and Albon closing a lot on Alonso through turn 4, and he's close, but I'm not sure if he's close enough, as they'll come down to turn 6. Can he at least force Alonso to defend? No, he can't, but he's so tantalizingly close to 7th place. Just needs to be a 0.2, 0.3 of a second closer, and I reckon he's got this. And he gets a good exit from Luffield. And if he could just stay this close, which is about 4 tenths behind Alonso, then down the hanger straight, he's got a great chance. As Albon now and Alonso through Maggots, Beckett's and Chappell. Williams were actually faster through here in qualifying than Aston Martin. And looks to me like they were quicker again. As Alonso, he looks a bit too far ahead. Alonso, of course, he'll be doing absolutely everything he can to take every point. As Max Verstappen begins the final lap of the British Grand Prix. And before we finish the race now, just a quick word on Verstappen. Obviously, Red Bull not massively quick today compared to the rest, but Max still comfortably winning the race. Great performance again.
Good drive by Max. He did what he needed to do after having a pretty honking start. I was pretty lucky not to be down into 3rd, to be honest. A good... I say recovery drive. Good recovery drive from 2nd place by Verstappen. How many wins is it now in a row, Chaz? It's ridiculous.
I think
for Red Bull.
Is
it 10?
If you count end of the final race of last season, it's now 11.
11
in
it's
a row.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's truly mental. And Albon and Leclerc were very close to one another on that final lap through down to turn 6, but Albon hanging on just about, and this will be Red Bull keeping up their 100% record in 2023 as Max Verstappen, where is he? Here he comes through the final corner to win the British Grand Prix and take his first win at Silverstone in 3 years. And Lando Norris finishes 2nd, his first podium of the year, McLaren's first podium of the year. And Lando's first podium at Silverstone. Hamilton third, keeps up the podium record. Piastri fourth, Russell fifth, Perez sixth, Alonso seventh, Albon eighth, Leclerc ninth, Sainz 10th, and then Stroll. Sargent, Stroll drops down, so Sargent finishes in P11, and then it is Bottas 12th, Hulkenberg 13th, Stroll 14th, Zhou 15th, Tsunoda 16th, De Vries 17th, and your only retirements, the two Alpines of Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon, and the Haas of Kevin Magnussen. There you go, guys. That is the 2023 British Grand Prix over and done with. Wasn't anywhere near as good as I hoped for it to be, but at least it was a bit better to finish. Yeah, great to see, by the way, the celebrations at McLaren. As, without a doubt, right now, McLaren are the second best team in Formula 1. And aren't that far away from Red Bull Racing. I don't think anyone can have any doubt about that now. As, Lando and Oscar waving to the crowd. Just a word, actually, Nib, on McLaren. How impressed were you with their pace today? They were slower than Red Bull, but not by that much. Only by, 2-3 tenths a lap, probably at most. How impressive is that?
Insanely impressive. I mean, McLaren have done a ridiculous job to get into the position where they found themselves today. A great result by Lando Norris. I mean, fair play. The hard tyre actually worked out in the end for Lando.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate timing with Oscar in the safety car. I mean, that's just unlucky. Not much you can do about that. But yeah, I mean, a tremendous race by McLaren. And I mean, I remember the talks that if they didn't finish. Remember how there was talks that they could lose Norris if they didn't finish like in a certain place in the constructors or something.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was whispers about that at the start of the season. Well, I don't think they're going to have to worry about that if this keeps up. And of course, as you've said, Chaz, they've got more upgrades coming.
Yeah, that's the great thing. They've got another, I think, suspension and a couple other parts in Hungary. So if that works well for them, they could be as quick as Red Bull for the second half of the season. It is possible if they can just maximize the further upgrades. And of course, for the second half of the season, do have quite a bit more wind tunnel time than not just Red Bull, but Merc and Aston Martin as well. So McLaren, they're really the team to watch in the second half of this season. But yeah, so exciting to see. Yet another team on the podium in 2023. I know Red Bull have won every race, but we've had Red Bull, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes, Alpine, and now McLaren, all on the podium in the first 10 races. So try and tell me the regulations aren't working. Yeah, absolutely brilliant from McLaren. What a weekend, and cannot wait to see them in Hungary. Before you go, Nib, yeah, thoughts on the excitement of the race, and probably like a 5 I'd give it, to be honest.
Oh, that's generous. That's generous. I mean, seriously, there was at times where I didn't even have the race on my screen. I literally went on Twitter on my computer. Like, I'd give it a 3. I mean, the only reason why it's getting a 3 is because of the action that we had after the safety car. I thought that was a pretty terrible race, and I love Max going straight over to Lando and patting him on the head. Yeah, I mean, just shattered for Oscar though. I mean, had a pretty easy podium snatched out of his hands. I'm sure the British fans won't be complaining. That's for sure.
Yeah. As well, I have to say again, his pace compared to Lando before the safety car, he was pretty much on the same pace as Lando, maybe slightly slower, a 10th here, 10th there, but at times he was quicker. Really impressive pace. And yeah, I think after this weekend, even with him missing out on the podium, he should be super confident now for the rest of the year to really push after some podiums and maybe even better, dare I say. For driver of the day, who would you go for? I would probably go for... It's hard to say, actually.
I've got no idea, mate. I've got no idea.
You know what? I'll go Alex Albon, finishing in 8th, driver of the day.
Yeah, why not? We'll go with Albon.
Yeah.
I rate it.
Great weekend. It's so good to see them. And let's hope they keep this up now for the rest of the year, this type of performance. Because it's been a while since Williams have not been, back of the field team. So, yeah, really good to see. But, Nib, once again, thanks for joining us despite the race being way shitter than we expected.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see you again for Hungary, which normally is good, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh, well, I mean, after this weekend, I'm so excited.
Yeah. It's going to be... I honestly, I cannot wait just to see Friday practice, because I reckon if we get like McLaren 1-2 and by like a good margin as well over the rest, everyone is going to be so fucking excited for that weekend. It's going to be so good to see where they are, and great to say that McLaren are back properly as a front-running Formula One team. Only took. You could say maybe at times in 2021 they were a front-running team, but now I think they are definitely much more of one. Yeah, only took 11 years. Cheers, mate, for coming on, and of course I'll chat to you in a bit.
Yeah, as we'll probably be talking about the tennis later, of course.
Yeah, which there is a really good match going on Centre Court right now. Which,
yes.
I've got on at the minute, so I'll be watching that until I finish up the stream. So yeah, hope you enjoy it as well. But yeah, we'll see you. Yeah, a couple of weeks in Hungary. Cheers again, mate.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for that, mate. And yeah, indeed. Thanks everyone for your continued support in the chat. By the way, I always love when I come into the chat with my waffle, like I did yesterday, and everyone saying hi, Nib. I wish it would just be you'd be able to @ people on your phone. So you could actually say hi to everyone and not just type John and Vinster and Rook, and so that's annoying. Fix that, YouTube, please. But yeah, all right. Take it easy, mate, and have a good rest of your day.
Cheers. You too. Have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, great to have him on for another British Grand Prix, of course. Again, I can't really blame him for not paying attention to the race at a certain point, because, I mean, there was times where I was struggling really to think of anything to say because there was just nothing happening. So yeah, not as exciting as we hoped, but still, some things happened in the Grand Prix, and of course, we will go through it in this quick reaction. I'm just going to start with a poll in the chat to ask you guys, who do you think is driver of the day for the 2023 British Grand Prix? And the options will be Verstappen, Verstappen, Norris, and then who else will I go for? I'll put Hamilton in there. I mean, even though he didn't really do anything to get up to 3rd place, I'll put him in there as well. And then, yeah, Alex Albon, who is my driver of the day. So let me know who is yours. Just want to say quickly, if for everyone still watching, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so, because we're only 7 likes away from 150. Let's try and get to 150 if we can before the end of the stream. But yeah, let's get into this reaction to the race. So, with Red Bull, of course, winning the Grand Prix, obviously they were still overall the quickest team, but the gap between them and the rest has definitely come down, and McLaren were not that much slower than them at times during the British Grand Prix. So, Red Bull still looking great. 100% win record in 2023, and yeah, they obviously continuing a phenomenal season. But I got to be honest, with the gains McLaren have made, Mercedes have gained on Red Bull as well, but obviously it's made to look worse, as we talked about earlier, because of McLaren's improvement. Ferrari also, to a degree, have gained on Red Bull. I think the chances of Red Bull winning every race this season have definitely diminished. Definitely with McLaren's improvement. Yeah, we are going to have definitely a more interesting and exciting and very surprising, probably, second half of the 2023 season, which really, the second half of the season begins in Hungary. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see whether Red Bull can possibly win every Grand Prix in 2023. Max Verstappen, by the way, I think is either very close to or now is 100 points clear of Sergio Perez in second place in the championship. So, to be honest, Max is only probably a couple months away from wrapping up the championship officially. Because, yeah, if he keeps pulling away from Perez at the rate he is, I mean, the gap will be up to 150 points probably by the time we get to the end of the European season. And then Max probably just needs to win Singapore, Japan, and maybe Qatar to get it officially done. So yeah, championship number 3, not too far away for Max Verstappen. Say second team we'll react to is McLaren. As me and Nib were talking about, we really run out of good things to say in regards to McLaren. Second best team right now. The only reason they didn't get a double podium is because Piastri really got unlucky with the timing of the virtual safety car, and then safety car, of course, fully coming out. If it wasn't for that, Piastri would finish third because he was easily quick enough to finish ahead of the pack behind. And yeah, Norris and Piastri, brilliant driving from both, and still further upgrades to come for the next Grand Prix in Hungary, and they could be a real serious threat at the Hungarian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. So make sure to come along for that if you're a McLaren fan, of course, because you might just witness McLaren getting a pole position and maybe even the race win. It very well could happen. I'm not saying it will. Red Bull are still the favourites, but it is definitely possible to a certain extent. But yeah, brilliant from Lando Norris. Lando now up to, I think, 9th in the championship. I think, actually, no, he's up to 8th in the championship. Probably just ahead of Lance Stroll. So that's great for Lando. McLaren up to 5th in the Constructors' Championship. And given how quick they are now, McLaren, I think they've got a decent chance of catching maybe Ferrari and Aston Martin. Because if they're like this for the rest of the season, then who's to say they won't catch those teams? I'm just looking, by the way, at the championship standings. Max Verstappen, 99 points clear of Sergio Perez. And Lando Norris is actually only up to 9th. He's 2 points behind Lance Stroll, but he'll pass him in no time because Stroll, having a horrendous season, Lance has only scored like 2 points in the last, or actually Lance has scored 10 points, I think, only in the last, 2 months, 3 months, something like that. And yeah, in the Constructors, McLaren are now 98 points behind Ferrari. So definitely that is catchable with so many races to go. And they're not too far behind Aston Martin, who are a further 24 points up the road. So you never know what McLaren could do in 2023. So yeah, brilliant from them. Great result for Mercedes, but we have to say that no, they were not quicker than McLaren today, like I thought they would be, but they just weren't. McLaren were clearly the second best team. Hamilton, though, great result for him. Great result for Russell. 25 points, that is. Mercedes now at over 200 points in the championship, and they are now, I think, 22 points clear. Yes, they are, of Aston Martin. So that's a good buffer to have between now and the summer break, but there is still work to be done. Not just for Mercedes to catch Red Bull, which they're definitely catching Red Bull. I don't think there's any doubt about that. The gap has come down quite a bit. But the first job now needs to be get back ahead of McLaren, because even if Red Bull, are caught by a team, isn't necessarily going to be them. But I have to say as well, Russell, unlucky today because he was much faster than Hamilton in the race today. So a shame for Russell. Hopefully he can build on, though, that great pace and start delivering good form again. But yeah, great result for Mercedes. Aston Martin, really good result for Alonso, considering how slow they were. Aston Martin were horrendous today. Barely beat the Williams of Albon. Alonso was under pressure from Gasly for really the entire race up until the safety car came out. Aston Martin have got some serious work to do, because if they keep this pace up for the next few races especially, and really the rest of the season, I struggle to see them holding on to third. And they might not even hold on to fourth if McLaren really rise quickly up the standings with their points. So, a lot of work for Aston Martin to do if they want to get back into the mix. Because right now, they're not in the mix. They're nowhere near Red Bull, Mercedes, or McLaren, sorry. And to be honest, even though Ferrari finished behind them, Ferrari were clearly quicker. That was clear to see before the safety car. Williams, brilliant day for them. Alex Albon, P8 in the race, 4 points. And Williams have gone up to 7th in the championship. I didn't think they'd have enough points to do so when I was talking through the race, but they are now up to 7th, I think, because their best race result of the season is better than what Haas have had. The Williams up to P7. They are level on points with Haas, but given their car improvement, I really can't see them dropping any lower than 7th now. And they're only 36 points behind Alpine. If Williams keep this pace up, they could catch Alpine, especially if Alpine don't really get any better this season. Looking great for Williams. Ferrari, disastrous race. Their pace was terrible. They were quicker than Aston Martin and Williams, obviously, but the strategy I have to definitely question from Ferrari. Why did they pit Leclerc so early for the hard tyres? Don't understand why. The hard tyres were not working well for the other cars running them. Carlos Sainz, he did pit a lot later, and I think Ferrari should have definitely boxed Carlos Sainz, but yeah, was always going to suffer with Sainz on the hard compound tyre. But 9th and 10th for Ferrari, not as good as what they should have got. Really, they should have been 7th and 8th, where I actually predicted them to finish today, but they were even worse than that. But I don't think Ferrari necessarily need to get too down on themselves, because they've still got a decent car. But now, with McLaren so quick and Mercedes improving, Ferrari need another upgrade if they're going to be on terms, say, with Red Bull and there with McLaren and Mercedes, because McLaren and Mercedes were clearly quicker than them in today's Grand Prix. George Russell sailing around the outside of Leclerc like he was in a different race. Yeah, Ferrari, work to do again if they're going to get something good out of this season. Alfa Romeo and Haas quickly in AlphaTauri. Yeah, terrible pace. All three teams pretty slow, and they never had a chance of points. Logan Sargent, I will say quickly, good to see him finish in P11. His pace, though, compared to his teammate, still not good enough. Just lacking a couple tenths of a second, really, compared to Albon, and just not lapping on the type of speed, really, that he should be doing. And finally, the Alpine team, disastrous race for them. Ocon obviously having an issue with his car. Pierre Gasly was actually quite quick today, and Alpine had a pretty decent pace. Alpine were probably faster than Williams and Aston Martin. And Gasly, probably, if Stroll didn't hit him, I mean, Gasly could have finished maybe in 8th or 9th place, or even 7th place today, if things had worked out a bit better. Gasly was very unlucky with the timing of the safety car, because it came out right after he had made his only pit stop. And then, of course, Gasly, I think, then pitted again for another set of soft tyres. So, shame for Gasly. And, of course, it was knocked out of the race from some horrendous driving from Lance Stroll. And I've got to just say again with Lance Stroll, his dad needs to have a word with him, because if I'm his dad, despite the favouritism, he needs to be telling him, look, if you don't improve, we're getting rid of you, because this isn't good enough. He is struggling to score points in a car that is definitely good enough to score points, and at times has been good enough to be on the podium, and still has struggled to be in the points. He has been arguably the worst driver on the grid this season, Lance Stroll. Need to see serious improvement soon, or else a lot of pressure is going to be applied from the F1 community really onto Aston Martin as to why the fuck have you still got Lance Stroll in your car? And also, it does raise that question of how serious is Lawrence Stroll when he wants to be world champions and all of that, when Lance is, just not anywhere near the pace in the Aston Martin. Just seeing something on Twitter quickly. What was I going to say? Yeah, Stroll, horrendous season he's having. But yeah, those are all the teams and drivers. Just seeing I got a super chat from Turbo GSR for $5 saying, thank you for the stream, chatter. Thank you so much, mate, for your great support and your loyal support, of course. Crystal Racing saying, thank you, Pounce Stroll, for ruining Gasly's day. Hope you end up becoming a backmarker in IndyCar where you'll be fighting Stingray Bob and Santino Ferrucci. That's your level. That's such a great comment. Stingray Bob. Not Stingray Bob. It's Stingray Rob. That's what you said. I thought you said Stingray Bob. Stingray Bob sounds better. You should have said that instead. Yeah, that's a great comment. Cheers for that. And yeah, with his form at the minute, he doesn't deserve... Not only does he not deserve to be at Aston Martin, I don't think he deserves, with this form, to be even in Formula 1. He's absolutely horrendous, is Stroll right now. I'll just quickly read out some other final comments, I reckon, because we are nearing the 4-hour mark for this stream, and pretty much I am done for the day. Just to remind you, though, quickly, about my next 2 pieces of content. I will be doing tomorrow night at 8 PM UK time a weekend review of the British Grand Prix, where we'll get into just what happened this weekend in more detail. And of course, McLaren's improvement will be a big topic of choice, and we'll also go through some other topics. And it won't be necessarily about what happened at Silverstone, but really just what's happened in this back-to-back we've just finished in Austria and Silverstone. Because obviously it has changed around quite a bit, the pecking order, and just where things are going forward now until the final double header before the summer break. And then, yeah, after that stream, there'll be a 10-day break, and then the weekend preview on Thursday the 20th of July, live at 8 PM UK time, the weekend preview, the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix at the Hungaroring at Budapest. Turbo says, I forgot the last big Aston upgrade package was Canada or Spain. If Spain, that's not a good sign for their upgrade. Yeah, Spain, they brought a new front wing, and then Canada, they brought a new side pod and floor, so it was pretty much both races. And yeah, it improved the car. The issue is, though, Mercedes have got better again because Mercedes have brought a new front wing this weekend. Clearly, it's improved their car because they're quite a bit closer to Red Bull. And McLaren, obviously, massive improvement. And that's why Aston Martin are in the position they're in. And have got a lot of work to do if they want to get anything good out of this season. Astro Steva says, got a feeling Red Bull will wrap up the drivers and constructors titles, then relax, not give a toss, to not dominate as much, but maybe just wishful thinking. I think if we get to race 15, 16, and Red Bull have still won every race up until that point, I think even if they've wrapped up both titles, I think they'll go for the 100% win record for the year, and we'll go for the undefeated record, essentially. Which, of course, no Formula 1 team has done. The last team to get properly close to that was McLaren in 1988, and McLaren only lost one race that year at the very emotional 1988 Italian Grand Prix, where both McLarens retired. Ferrari had a 1-2 very quickly. Not very quickly, but it was soon after the passing of Enzo Ferrari, of course. And was, a very emotional victory for Ferrari. It was meant to be, really written in the stars, given, obviously, the importance of Enzo Ferrari to what Ferrari even is today. But, Red Bull, they've got a great chance of doing it. And Red Bull's start to the season, obviously, we've had 10 races now. They've won all 10. The last team in Formula 1 history to win the first 10 races was McLaren in 1988. So that is the company they are now keeping. And as I said with Nib at the end of the race, officially, it is 11 wins in a row because, of course, they won the final race of 2022. And I've just seen we've got up to 150 likes. That is really great. Thank you guys so much. It is massively appreciated. Let me find one final comment, and then I think we'll end the poll and bring the stream to a close. Prank says Mark is consistently the third best team, with second best changing from week to week. Yeah, I agree. But I think Mercedes need to keep their focus on the right thing, which is that the gap to Red Bull has come down. I mean, half a second down on Red Bull in qualifying around a longer track. That is really impressive from Mercedes. I know McLaren are faster than them, and there is still a lot of work to be done for them to get on the pace of Red Bull, but they are absolutely getting there, are the Mercedes team. And if they can just bring like one final big upgrade, Mercedes, I think, have got then a good chance of winning one of the final few races of the season. But it's going to be close, and it's not going to be an easy accomplishment. Blue Flag Alpha. What about Mercedes in 2015? Didn't they win 10 races in a row? I think they probably did, but what I'm saying with Red Bull have won the first 10 races is I'm talking about the first 10 races of a season rather than just 10 races in a row. Mercedes, their longest winning streak to start a season was in 2019 when they won the first 8 races that year, and it came to an end at the Red Bull Ring. But Red Bull, special company they're keeping, and they still very much could win every race in 2023, but the chances of that are a lot slimmer now than they were just a couple months ago. But thank you guys for coming along to the stream today. It's been so good to have you along. Let me just finish up the poll. So, I asked you guys, who did you think was driver of the day for the 2023 British Grand Prix? And you guys voted for Lando Norris with 58% of the vote. Lewis Hamilton second, 16% of the vote. Verstappen third, 14%. And Albon fourth, 10% of the vote. Even though I disagree with the driver of the day, I can understand why you guys have gone for Lando, because he was very good today and has been great all weekend. And can he keep it up in Hungary? Again, reminder, next 2 pieces of content, weekend review tomorrow night, 8 p.m, UK time, of course, and then 10 days later, live at 8 p.m. again for the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend preview. Can McLaren win one of the final couple races before the summer break? It's most likely going to come in Hungary, because Spa, I don't think, suits their car as well. But I think it's definitely possible. Still, most probable, Red Bull will be the favourites for Hungary, but you never know. It very well could happen. And make sure to join me for that next Grand Prix. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming along this weekend. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. Make sure to smash the like button before you go. Does help the channel massively in the algorithm. So it would be great if you guys could do that. And if you want to keep up with content on this channel, make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And also you can join my Discord server to keep up with content. Great place that is for notifications for my videos and streams. And also we have over 500 members in that server. So it'd be great to have you in our community. But guys, that's it for the British Grand Prix. I'll be around tomorrow night for the weekend review. But until the next Grand Prix on the calendar, the Hungarian Grand Prix at the Hungaroring in Budapest in 2 weeks' time, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.